Hey everybody, and thank you so much for joining me back into Foundation. And with today's playthrough, I've set up myself a unique challenge, and the idea is to build my city with all my production buildings only utilizing islands. Now obviously I needed an appropriate map to do this challenge, so on the screen you will see the map that I've got. I think it's pretty good for what we want to do. I've got the map seed I will place in the description below, but let's jump right into it. So I'm going to use the classic settings, and I'm going to also say relax and play on my own, and we're going to have to look for an appropriate name for our town. So I think to have a fish or fish as a logo, let's maybe do 3 fish. I'm going to make this white, and the border we can do black. The background I want to maybe do blue and black. I think that's going to be appropriate for what we want to build. And I'm going to go with the name Falkenheim. It sounds kind of like a Viking name, which is appropriate for island city. And let's just maybe choose, let's just go with Godfrey. They want me to choose the name Godfrey. I've got it now twice with only 2 rerolls. We're going to use the name Godfrey. I'm going to say start the game. So I had a pretty good look at the map, and there is a possible starting location over here at the top. But the reason why I won't probably choose that one is because you have to open up 2 territories in order to get to the mainland. Now, for you to get new villagers to come to your town, if you are going to build an island city, you have to somehow be connected to the mainland. So this will definitely be a better starting location. We're going to build ourselves a small breach over here at the bottom, and then we can open up these 2 territories so that we can get the immigrants to come into the city. We can also get a starting location over here. Doesn't allow me to open it up now, but there is a starting location over here which we can connect also to the mainland. But I want to use this big island over here. I want to use as my production island. So I'm going to have all my agricultural buildings, like for example my grain, my sheep farms, my cattle farms. I want to have all of that on this island over here. This island that's connected to the mainland, this will obviously be the island that we're going to use for the city. This small island over here I want to use for the monastery. I do want to get the monastery up and running because we can get herbs and honey, which we can use as very good trading commodities. And then the island here at the top, eventually I want to use this as my hunting spot. You can also see that we've got some rock formations over here, and hopefully we can get some iron. And with that iron, we're gonna definitely use that for a lot of things. But I'm hoping that in one of those 3 nodules that we've got, that we will get some iron. So this is going to be my starting point. I'm going to just quickly zoom out over here. So we're going to be on this spot. We've got a decent sized forest, which we can start chopping some trees, and we can initially hunt here. Then we can move the hunting up to this side and so forth. So I'm going to open up that territory over there, and we're going to have our starting place, our starting location. I'm going to have kind of like here in the middle. And let's just go ahead and open up that territory over here so that we can build ourselves a breach and we can connect this island to the mainland. So I want to maybe abstain from building myself residential houses. I think they're going to be very upset obviously now if I don't build it. But I first want to get all the production done because we need to get a breach connected to the town. And in order to get the bridge, we need some planks. So I need a sawmill also set up. So there's a whole bunch of structures that need to be set up first before I want to get into the residential structures. Now, a well does also give us a good boost in happiness. So the well I'm going to maybe place over here. Yeah, let's just place it right over there. That's going to be the city center. I'm going to maybe move a little bit more up towards that side. That will be the actual city center because it's also in the middle of the island. And then the stonecutter camp, of course, is going to be on that side. And let's just see, for the sawmill, we can also kind of squeeze it in here. We'll eventually move everything up as we clear up or open up the territory. There we go. And we can assign 3 workers there by the lumber camp. The stonecutter camp is going to be my next priority because we do need stone in order to unlock the sawmill. I'm going to just also fast forward this, and let's just color in all of this territory we can use to harvest some wood. Now, I think what I'm going to do is, instead of having a berry gatherer, I'm going to rather open up the fishing. So let's go here to the technology, open up the fishing, open up the bridge, and then also the storage. Right, let's just see. I want to make sure that I do have a fishing spot over here. Okay, so right here at the bottom, close to where the bridge is, we're going to have a fishing spot over there. Got another one over here. And we actually have plenty. Okay, so that's good. But we'll set up a fishing spot right over here. Keep everything kind of close together. Right. And fish is also a good commodity to trade. I think there's 2 towns that's willing to trade fish with you. Let's just, well, I'm going to assign 3 miners. Why not? So we've got 3 lumberjacks, 3 miners. And then we've got 3 builders. The builders, I'll probably take away some of the builders to just work in the other spots until we've got some new immigrants that comes in. Right, and I'll assign myself a fisherman. Here we go. Right, so now let's just look for a location. This is obviously the closest point between the mainland and our island. So we're going to use this space. Yeah. Okay, so we're only going to need 25 planks. I'm going to eventually build a more grand bridge. I want to do a stone bridge eventually. So I'm going to just place it like this. I'm going to try and use as little wood as I can so that we can progress further with our city. Here we go. So now we need to wait for that sawmill to be set up, and I want to prioritize the sawmill. I see they also started here with the well. Oh, I suppose they can do this. And they can finish up with that. They've already got all the materials there. Yeah, so the well is definitely going to give some happiness. It's going to give them 20% happiness. And then we also need to provide some food. So let's see, we need the market stall, I think, in order for the people to get to the food. So let's set up a market stall. Like I say, I'm going to eventually move a whole bunch of these structures. I'm going to move away. And let's just build it like that. Here we go. Alrighty, so the sawmill is up, and then let's take away maybe 2 builders here, and we will assign them there to the carpentry. And then they can now just start accumulating the planks until we've got the bridge built. Once the bridge is built, we should be getting some immigrants that will come into the town. We've now already got 14% happiness. We need to boost it quite a bit more. Let's see, a market tender. Yeah, I think once the market stall is up, I'm going to take away the builder over there. And then I'll assign that person at the market stall. Like I say, I want to keep away from the residential structures until we've got all the material that we need for the bridge. There we go. Okay, nice. So everything here is assigned at the moment. We'll just wait now for those planks to accumulate. You can see we're already getting some planks in. Yeah, they're carrying it now that we've got the first 2 planks. Okay, so they've just got to keep on accumulating that. I think let's maybe go ahead and remove a miner over here. We don't need any more stone, at least not for now. And we can assign another worker here by the carpentry. Our bridge is almost finished. They are literally finishing up with it now. So I think I'm going to start with a residential property. And let's just make it nice and big. I want to go for the square block, because with the square block we're going to make the houses more compact. And I'm going to just start by placing some houses right over here. And we can make a nice big block over here. Make a really big block of houses over here. And then I need to look to open up some more territory. Now I want to maybe, I'm thinking of maybe rather opening this area so that we've got access to all of the wood. Let's just see. Ooh. Although this is a very nice territory to have, I'm not gonna lie. Both of these are gonna be good for us. I'm thinking what territory would be a bit more of a pressing matter. Yeah, I'm very tempted to open up this territory. You know what? Let's just open up this territory over here. There's enough wood. We can build ourselves a forester as well to replant the trees, and we can maybe plant the trees on that side of the island, and then we can start expanding here with a residential property. So let's see here. We're going to add a few extra houses, right? So we can do this. Just add another big block over here. And I want to still kind of keep them close to where our town center is going to be, although the real town center is probably going to be more towards this side. I just need to make sure there's enough housing for the current people that we've got. So let's see here. Okay, housing, we're getting there. Rustic food. Okay, that's looking better. We are fishing now. So let's see to maybe get ourselves a church also set up. We can do a tiny church. We can eventually add more pieces to it. I'm thinking of maybe placing the church over here, right? So let's place the church over here. I'm going to increase the roof size a little bit. We've got enough planks, we've got enough wood and tools and everything that we need for that. And then we're going to add ourselves a little tower. So this tower will add some security to the houses. So I'm now considering to maybe actually moving it more towards this side. Okay, then from there we've actually got two houses now that it's got some sort of security. And we can make the entry. Just want a small gate entry. There we go. Yeah, I think that should be fine. And let's just add like a little cross. That will give us some splendor. And there we go. Okay, so we've got a capacity of 30. I think that's going to keep us going for quite some time. So we get the services up. It's already 52% happiness, and here we go. So we've got our first villagers coming in. So you see what I mean? This is essential in order for you to be able to get new people to your town if you're intending to build on the island. So there we've got 2 extra people. I'm going to assign, let's just assign 1 miner. We can take away 1 carpenter for now. And we can maybe add another builder. Okay, so the builders are pretty important at this stage, obviously. So let's see, what can we do next? Housing, we do need some extra housing. I'm going to make a little bit of a smaller block over here. Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to just place the block over here. Right, I can change my title. So let's go from Pioneer to Lord Godfrey. I'm thinking whether or not I should open up this territory. Now we've got both planks and we've got fish in order to trade with. Although we need 20 planks to open up the trade route. So let's just see here. Let's just look at our trade menu here quickly. Okay, so we need that 20 planks. And then with Northbury, we can sell to them. Okay, they only buy planks. So the towns that do buy fish from us is Trotbury. So we can eventually open that up with the Labor Splendor. And then we've also got Middle that's willing to buy fish from us. So let's just first build the planks up. Let's maybe add another carpenter over here. So our wood is running low now because we're using it to build all the houses. So we can maybe add another lumber camp. Let's add another lumber camp over here. And those workers that's coming in, we can just assign them to also chop some trees for us. And I'm going to just color in all of this territory over here. Just going to color it all blue. They can just clear out the trees as far as they can. They can go ahead and chop down those trees also. I'm going to maybe tell them to prioritize the church over here. The higher the happiness is, the quicker we're going to get that extra immigrants in. Now, unfortunately, this is the thing. I've got this bridge that's highlighted over here. So it is some sort of glitch. I'm going to maybe just off screen, I'm going to just delete the bridge and rebuild it again, because that highlighted bridge piece is going to frustrate me tremendously. So I don't know, that's just something that I've noticed when I play at times, and I don't know why, but there's times where this one piece of the bridge, or sometimes the whole bridge, gets highlighted for whatever reason. So I'm gonna just have to rebuild that. Okay, now I've already unlocked my storage, so we're gonna look at placing some storage. So the granary. Let's just place the granary. Yeah, well, let's just place it there for now. We're gonna move a lot of buildings around on a later stage. And the warehouse, yeah, we can just do it right next to it. There we go. Okay, so that's going to cost me a whole bunch of extra planks, and we do need the warehouse in any case, if we want to do the trade, so I don't have a choice about that. Our church is almost up. We don't have any available workers now, so I'll maybe wait a little while for the new people to come in. There's another person coming in. Okay, I'll maybe assign that person as the village priest. Here we go. Okay, this is going to give us some clergy influence. That's good. We do need it for a monastery. Now, I've already got 5 lumberjacks going here, but you can see we're still lacking the wood. I'm just waiting now for more villagers to come in. I think they come from this side somewhere, I think. I'm not quite sure. So I'm going to just color this in furthermore to the top. We want to see to also get the basic structure up for our manor, because once we've got that, we're going to get 100 coin donation, and that will come very much in handy to open up this extra territory over here. So let's just see here. Let's unlock the manor building, and we're going to just have to look for a location for the manor. The Great Hall. Okay, so we need, oh my goodness, we need another 30 planks. You know what we can do? Let's just build this little piece for now, just to get that initial donation. So this is going to be our Great Hall, and we'll have to just make like a little entry. Let's do it like this. There's our manor. Here we go. Okay, so this is quite good. It's only going to cost us 13 planks, 6 stone and 5 tools. And we can work with that for quite some time. Let's just say build. And now these two workers like came perfectly on time. We're going to have one transporter for the granary, one transporter for the warehouse. And let's just do this: wood, planks, stone. And yeah, let's maybe assign the tools over there. And then for the granary, we obviously only have the fish at this stage. Once we've unlocked this territory over here, we can start doing some berries as well. And I'm going to prioritize the mana to just get that going. Yeah, this is a really big territory. So this is great because now what it's going to ultimately do is going to open up the whole island for us. And then I'm going to move my city center. I'm going to move right over there in the middle of the forest. Then we can get our lumberjacks to obviously cut some extra trees. And we can also get our hunting going. We'll probably just have to leave a little bit of that forest in order for us to get that refined food. So we're going to leave that piece here at the top. And that's where we're going to get our refined food. And now just speaking of chopping down trees, I think it's a good idea to get our forester up and running. And we want to kind of like keep them positioned here on the right side of the island. At least just for now. So let's set up the forester over there. And we've got our great hole. Not so great hole. We've got already placed, and we are going to get a donation now. Oh, you see, there they come. So they are coming from that side. So now they're going to give us that donation, and I'm definitely going to utilize that to open up this territory. There we go. 100 coin. Boom. You just needed that little structure in order to get that 100 coin. So we've got that going. And we can now add ourselves a forester. We've got 3 villagers coming in. And as I've said, I'm going to now maybe move both of the lumberjacks. I'm going to move to this little corner over here. And we're going to have ourselves an extra forester to just replant all the trees. So all of this territory, there we go. You can just color all of this in. And then they can replant. Let's just do this. Here we go. Much better. Alrighty, so from here, now we can move our lumberjacks. I'm just going to say continue on my own. Edit building. Okay, let's move this. It's going to come right over there. I think that lumberjack camp we can keep. I'm going to take away all of this wood cutting areas. Here we go. And we can just color it in like this. And the sawmill can then also come this way. So yeah, I'm just now basically moving everything around. Let's do this. It's going to cost me... Ooh. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do this. At least not now. Not yet. We've got an iron deposit over here. And I'm not sure if I should take this away. We do have another one over there. So I think this is fine. I think we can take away this iron deposit over here. Yeah, let's do that. Because I want to now just add some extra residential property. I think I should leave a gap here. Let's just maybe bring it up a little bit further. Here we go. Okay, nice. Now we've got all the planks that we need to open up this trade route to Northbury. And then I just want to say, let's see, planks we can sell when we get over a certain amount. We need to maybe sell this when we get over 20. This is going to be our only thing that we can sell for quite some time. So I'm going to have to keep it kind of low. Let's just see, what's this? Oh yeah, okay, here we get some extra tools. Let's see what other technology we can research over here. So the next step for me would be maybe to do the butchering. Yeah, because we need the refined food in order to make the people even more happy. Okay, cool. So we can get some coin actually now with this trade that we need to do for the king. 50 wood, then we can get 75 coin. This is going to help us a lot. I'm going to just say accept, and hopefully our lumber camps, they can get all the wood that we need. I'll just assign the 6 lumberjacks. I'll maybe increase the territory ever so slightly. Let's just maybe do it like this. Here we go. And the forester, we can just also paint it a little bit further. There we go. And that should keep us going. So we're going to just let that wood accumulate. Let's see. Come on, guys. For the time being, I'm going to maybe just take away 1 carpenter, so that we can accumulate the wood a little bit faster. And then what I want to do is, I want to just say here stockpile, so that they don't use any of the wood for now. They are trying to build another house there, but I think we're okay with the housing. Yeah, still lacking a bit, but it's fine. So this is the town center I want to move. Let's move this. I'm going to just move it here to behind the church, I would say. I think this is a good location for it, so let's move it right over there. We can maybe for now, for the time being, we can assign another transporter. Just want to get that 50 wood. And then once we get that 75 coin, we can unlock the butchering. And then we should be getting that going as well, as soon as we can. I'm hoping there's a decent amount of hunting spots over here. Otherwise, we're going to be pretty much stuffed. I'm going to have to open up a new territory. And let's just see, we can... I suppose this is the next one we can open up. Well, we'll see where all the hunting spots are. Otherwise, I can open up here. Yeah, the refined food is the only other thing that we need. So once we've got that wood, we can make the trade. We are selling the planks. We're just waiting for some traders to come in from Northbury. Then we're also going to get some extra gold from that. And in worst case scenario, we can do some levies. Can just use the levy bowl to get ourselves ahead financially initially. Almost got enough wood. Just need another 2. here's another 3 immigrants. This is great. Okay, so we've got a decent happiness for the town, and that's why we're getting all these immigrants now. So let's just say, oh, 4 actually. Okay, great. So we can maybe do 2 transporters for both the warehouse and the granary. And then we've got that extra workers available that we can use for the hunting, and then also to assign some at the butcher. There we go. Okay, we've got our wood. And we can now unlock that new technology for the butchering. And I'm going to just tell them to stop stockpiling. Yeah, there we go. And we can take that stock maximum option. We can also take away now. Right, so let's just see for the hunting spots. Okay, we've got a few hunting spots over here. Now, there's not a lot of hunting spots on that side. And sadly, see, there's even less hunting spots over here. I think what maybe would help, there's a lot over there. You see, now this is my intention to eventually have my hunting spot over here. This area, ironically, has got the best hunting spots of all of these islands so far, it seems. And then we've got a whole bunch over here, all compressed into this little area. Okay, now this is going to be a tricky one. Because there's not a lot of hunting spots over here, so I was hoping there's more. What to do? Well, obviously we're going to just hunt here for now. Let's just open up this territory for hunting. I think what I can do, right, I can open up this territory. And then what I can do is I can let my forester just plant some extra trees. I think if there's extra trees here, we might get some more boars that will spawn in. I'm hoping so. We'll see if that works. Right, so we have to set up our hunters. Let's have some hunters there. And then the butchery can also be on this side. We're going to just plop it down now at random locations. Maybe just add a few extra residential houses. I'm going to make this block bigger. Yeah, why not? Let's do this. Let's increase the size of this block. Here we go. And here we've got a trader now from Northbury. And we've got a decent amount of planks. Let's just see how much have we got here. Yeah, okay. We've got a decent amount of planks, so we can trade with Northbury. Let's maybe add ourselves another carpenter. Yeah, one more carpenter. We're going to have our 2 hunters. And now here within the granary, we can assign them to place the boars as well as the meat. We only got 12 coin. Oh, that's okay. The boars and the meat. And let's just see. I should probably get my berry gathering. I should probably set that up. We've got plenty of spots for berry gathering. And we can just set it up over here. Gathering hut. Alright. And we're going to have to look at adding ourselves another market stall. And this is going to be where our refined food is. There we go. Now I'll definitely have to use the levies. What I normally do with my starting game, I have to do it like at least 2 or 3 times before I start making some decent trades. So let's just say maybe we should do, let's just do 2 butchers and see if it works. Now once my coin has accumulated reasonably, I'm going to open up the territory over here and let's just see how this territory looks. Okay, it's a pretty big territory. We can then maybe get another forester to just plant some extra trees over here and just see if that generates some boar spawning points, hopefully. And now we're just waiting for some extra people to come in. There we go. Got a few extra people coming in. And I'm going to assign one person here by the market stall and they can sell the meat, and then another person can work here by the forager. And we can just start gathering our first berries. And let's just assign the berries also there to the granary. It's actually 3 villages that's coming in. We will get another spot for the 3rd one. Alright. So, market tender. Let's sell the meat. And then I only want to place 1 forager for now, because we're not really using the berries. And then I want to grow my labor splendor. I want to bring it up to 25, so that once we've got that, we can start with the village fortifications. We can do denser houses, and that will obviously then give us more space for more people to come in. So I think I'll keep my entrance to the manor. I'll keep it like this. Let's just see if we can add some decorative items. Oh, I need to unlock the decorations. So, yeah, that's going to cost us another 50 coin. You know, let's just do the levies maybe. I'll have to do that. Discuss levies. It has to be done. 87. Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, we have to do that so that we can add some decorations. And once we've got some decorations going, that will just help us build up that labor splendor. Now you've got to keep in mind, you've got to connect the decorations or the decorative buildings, you've got to connect to an actual structure that has labor splendor. So in other words, if you go to the build option over here, the build tab, and you go to common decorations, these are only going to create beautification for your town. They're not going to give you any splendor. But if you attach it to a building like the manor, so you're going to go to edit building and you're going to say, let's say for example, we say add sub building. You can either do that or you can attach it to the Great Hall, which, yeah, I suppose we can do that. So let's just say add rose bushes. We're going to add it to the Great Hall and we're going to do, I just let the bushes clip with each other. Let's just do 2 bushes for now. That's going to be 10 gold. So yeah, let's just do that, 2 bushes. There we go. We'll eventually add some more. But I want to get the fortifications going, and we'll maybe look at placing a tower somewhere here in the middle. And then from that tower, I'll do some patrols. I'll send some soldiers to, or some villagers to be just like patrollers. Um, oh, okay. I'm hoping that this will work. This will give us extra labor splendor, which we need. Okay, we did get that extra 10 labor splendor. Okay, this is great. So once I've got... Oh, it's actually influence. So I got that extra influence, but once we've got that labor splendor, then we can open up the village fortifications and we can increase the density of the houses. Let's just look for those extra villages. We need to add them to work somewhere. I think I've got enough lumberjacks. We can maybe add another berry gatherer. Now that we're producing meat, I suppose we can look at trading meat as well. I think Northbury, they do trade meat, yes. So we're going to export that. And let's say if it's over 10. Because I do want to try and accumulate the gold as quickly as I can. Or maybe 15. Let's do 15. Okay, we got now 25 gold that we sold with the planks. I'm thinking of using this labor influence before I start with the village fortifications. I need to open up the trade route to Trotbury, and we use that labor influence. We're still going to have 5 left, so that's enough for the village fortifications. Then we can sell fish. Right, so let's just set up fish also as a trading commodity. And the fish we can sell maybe when it's over 80. I think 80 is enough for now. We've only got 30 people in our town. Yeah, so over 80, then they can sell the fish as well. And this should help us accumulate the gold much quicker. Now all I do now is I basically just add these shrubs. And this will contribute to the labor splendor. Here we go. So we've already got 9 splendor for the labor. I must admit, when you scroll in here, the fish looks kind of a little bit off. I think any fish that turns green is not edible anymore. Now I want to look at adding another fishing hut. I'm not going to use it at this stage, but just to build it. Just to maybe have it over here. Okay. So they want stone and then they will give me fish in return. I suppose we can do that. We've got so much fish, I don't even know where we're going to place it. But let's just say, okay, cool. Most generous offer. Thank you. See, we've only got a capacity of 100 for each of these slots that we get within the granary. But I suppose I can say accept. I don't know where they're going to store the fish, but yeah. I'm going to bring this down. I think I want to bring this down to 70. Until we've got the extensions for the granary, I want to just lower that, the price of where they're going to sell at. What I'm doing now is I'm just waiting for that levy mandate to totally reset. so that we don't have that debuff. And once that is gone, then I'm going to activate another levy, and then we can build our extra rose bushes, and then from there we're going to have the splendor that we need then to obviously do extra fortifications for the town, and then we can increase the density of these houses, and it's going to give us a lot of extra space. So when they upgrade to the second tier houses in density, then you are able to have 5 people in a house. I think it's 5 or 6. So I've added some extra rose bushes, and we've got now the labor splendor that we need to get the village fortification. So I think I'm going to get going with that. That's the first thing that I definitely want to unlock. So let's open up that, and then from there we can then go maybe for the privileges, or we can go for the bailiff office. One of the two. They both are extremely beneficial. But yeah, we'll see. We'll just progress as we go. And we're gonna have to place some towers. Now the walls aren't gonna work for quite some time. It's not gonna be really as effective. But I'm gonna go ahead and set up some watchtowers. And I want to kind of like squeeze it in a way where it can reach all the houses. So this looks like a pretty good location. If I can place one tower over here, we're going to cover all of the houses, because we've already got the fortification from the tower over here for those houses. So I'm going to just set up one watchtower there. Improve trades with an augury. Okay, I will see to it. Right, so we're going to set up that tower over there, and then we need to also set up some patrols. But before we can do that, we need to go here to the manor house, and we need to set up a watch post. So what I generally like to do is I like to place these towers all around the city, and you know what? I think that is something that I can maybe do. I can set up a tower over here. I think this is actually a good location for a tower. And we can just kind of like raise it a little bit. I've got enough resources to build this, so also don't want to make the towers too tall, otherwise it also looks a little bit funky. So let's maybe go with that. And for the color scheme, I think I'm going to go for the black roof. We can make a little entrance, I suppose, on that side. Guard location. Yep. Visitor location. We can just kind of keep it all together. And yeah, let's just say build. So we can have our first patrollers, and then we can... It's not a big area that we've got to cover for the patrolling, but then these houses can start upgrading, and we'll have plenty of space for new residents to come in. Now I can see my coin is kind of building up, so I do want to get to the point where we can open up more territory. And then I want to get my forester. I want to maybe move also here, get one forester, just plant a whole bunch of trees and just see if it makes any difference in the spawning points for the boars. But I think let's just hang on a little bit before we do that. I can maybe rather look at getting a stonemason's hut, because we can get some extra commodities that we can trade with, and we also need it for the more advanced structures. So yeah, whether or not, I don't know, like I'm always like kind of like struggling to decide whether or not I should go with the clothing, the stone, or with the bread as the next option. Storage improvement is also great. I mean, yeah, I suppose that's also something we can look at. Well, let's just start one by one. I'm going to first start with the polished stones. Can add stonemason. Let's just add one stonemason over here. Why not? We do have enough cloth, I think. Yes, we do. Okay, cool. So I'm going to just build a stonemason's hut over there. It only requires 5 cloth. Okay, so we've got enough cloth if we need to have, let's say, another market stall with a canopy. Now we've got 6 available workers. Now obviously one of them are going to work here by the stonemason's hut. I can just go ahead and already assign one of them. And I think I'm going to have 2 or 3 people that's going to be patrollers. So we'll have to assign 1 watchman, 1 or 2 watchmen, and then 1 or 2 patrollers. Yeah, okay, so we're going to utilize most of the free workers that's available now. But once these houses are upgraded, I think we can cater for a pretty big town. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so let's maybe go with 2 watchmen and 2 patrollers. Now we've got to just color in the patrolling area. We can pretty much color in all of this area because they've all got fortifications. Even this little house over here, it also falls under the fortification. So all of these houses can upgrade as our patrollers walk around. Once they've got enough patrol coverage, they will start upgrading themselves. I think we just need this watchtower basically to be done, and then they will start upgrading. Yeah, here we've got the first one. Okay, so it is 6 people that we can accommodate in one upgraded house. Okay, so that was what I was talking about. It was 5 or 6. I just couldn't remember. Now this is great. So we're going to be fine with housing for quite some time. So I don't have to worry too much about clearing out the forest. At least not for now. And we've already unlocked the stonemason's hut. So they're very close to getting that done. And once that is done, we can start producing some polished stones and we can sell that to certain traders. I can't remember who actually buys the polished stone. It's Northbury. Okay, so we do get 3 coin from that. So we can just say here, sell. And we can maybe sell that when we get over, let's maybe say over 30 polished stones. I do want to keep some reserved there. So we're going to use that once we start building the monastery, which is going to be on this island over here. I'm gradually going to expand my town towards this side. And in fact, I am considering having my town square more towards this location. I think that's going to be more appropriate. And then what we can do is, what would make it nice though, is we can have all of this area, we can have residential around here. It's a nice clear area. I think it's good for just having housing basically. And then it's also not so far for the people to move to the monastery if they need to get anything from the monastery. You know, they will probably use the monastery to get their services needed fulfilled as well. Just gonna say continue on my own. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of houses that's upgrading now. Okay, good. So we've got plenty of space for housing. It's now the only debuff that we've got is from the levy mandate, which is fine, and that is normal. And we can actually look at getting our storage improvement here. I think I'm going to do that because we should be getting more traders. Here they come, Northbury. Okay, good. We're going to trade some meat as well as planks, although we don't have enough planks now. But we will trade quite a decent amount of meat and we'll get some good coin from that. So with the granary, we need to look at moving this, right? Or maybe we should just keep it there for now. I know it's going to cost a lot of extra resources. So I'll leave the granary here for now. Now we can just place this depot we can place behind this granary, the existing granary. Let's place it over there. And then for the extension here for the warehouse, we'll also place here at the back. Okay, so I don't intend to build anything else here. At least not for now, so we're going to just do that. So now we've got that extra storage. And I'll probably assign more wood there because we do get traders that come or we get like these quests from the king that ask us for a certain amount of wood or from other towns. And they do give us a good amount of coin if we fulfill that wooden trade. It's either like, it's usually with the raw ingredients, so they'll either decide they want wood or they'll want grain. And I can't remember what was the other thing. It was wood or grain, and then yeah, I think it was herbs maybe. So it was a whole bunch of raw ingredients that they want, like in big quantities. Oh, and wool, of course, that was the other thing. I will see to it. Okay, cool. So they just want us to improve the trade routes. So in order to improve the trade route, we need a bailiff, right? Yeah, there we go. We need a bailiff and we need bread or 50 tools for trotberry. Now we've got 9 labor influence. So we can maybe, I want to first start with the tier 2 labor privileges. I think this is a pretty important one. And then when we get that extra influence, we'll unlock the bailiff office. So let's just see if we go to our tab over here. Here it is. Okay, cool. So let's see what we can do. We can trade price bonus 10%. Yeah, I think this is the best one to choose at the start, definitely. Okay, then we can also unlock the extended village edict. We'll just wait until we do a couple of extra trades here. Now this forester is doing a really good job. Like you can see, the forest stays nice and fresh over here. We've got enough wood to chop down. And let's just see with the hunting spots. Yeah, they stayed pretty consistent. We've just got this small hunting spot there in the middle, but I'm going to see now if we plant extra trees, if it does make a difference. I'm really hoping it does, because I want to clear out the forest over here so that we can have the monastery there. What we can do is, I suppose we can build ourselves a bridge, and that's going to cost a whole bunch of extra planks. And all of these houses are now upgrading, and they require 20 planks per house. Yo. So that's why we are running out of planks all the time. It's just with all of these houses upgrading. Now fortunately I've got the meat now that I can use as a trading commodity, the meat and the fish. So in order to unlock the monastery, it only costs 25 coin. I'm thinking I must just go with this. Let's just get it going. Why not? And then I must kind of like decide whether or not I'm going to use monks or nuns. And I don't know, I just kind of lean more to having monks at the monastery. It makes more sense. I think for the time and age at that time, the monastery was meant for monks rather than nuns. I could be wrong. But I'll probably go with the monks. Although the island is big enough to maybe have both of them and segregate them kind of like in the middle. I want to get like the shortest point, so I suppose this would be a good location for that, right? So we're going to have the breach right over there. We're going to just let our coin accumulate, and then we can open up this territory. We're going to have a pretty big territory. I mean, it's just a whole bunch of water, but at least the whole island is open, so I'm very happy with that. Now, our population has already risen to 40 now. So I suppose I need to add an extension to the church. I think we can do that. Here we go. Okay, it's only going to cost us one tool, some wooden planks. But it does give us a capacity of 24 more people that can go into the church. So let's just do that. I think what I'm gonna do while we wait for all the other stuff, I'm gonna just go ahead and add myself another sawmill. It looks pretty cluttered over here. I'll just rearrange it sometime later. But we definitely have enough wood, so we might as well just set up another sawmill. Just so that we can get ourselves some extra planks. And we've got so many structures going forward that's going to require planks in any case. And that is one of our main trading commodities, so I want to keep the plank production kind of high. We'll leave a reasonable open space we're going to leave here around the manor. We've got quite a few extra extensions that we've got to add to the manor. And I want to make it look nice. I'll probably get like a brick structure with a great hall. I'll just let this great big structure like clip over here. And yeah, that will actually look very nice. Just placing it like that. So I will probably do that on a later stage. Merry villagers. Okay, so everybody is happy. That gives us more happiness. Gain. Ooh. Okay, so they give us 25 tools, then we just need to repay it on a later stage. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go for it. We've got that extra labor influence, so let's just go with the bailiff office. And now once we've got that bailiff office, right, so we can start looking for deposits like iron deposit and all of that stuff in all of these nodes that we've got. Just want to see if there's any other nodes nearby. Doesn't look like it. So those are the closest ones, which is perfect. Right, now we've got our extra sawmill, and I think we can maybe just go ahead and add another 3 workers over there. We've got a decent amount of extra coin. And let's see, so we can probably do some extra research over here. So extended village edict, yes. There's one thing specifically that I'm looking at, and that is to refund 50% of the tools. Because tools are really expensive and we're not going to have it for quite some time, where we're going to have our own tool production. So I think this is the first one we're going to have. And then to decrease the cost of every mandate is also fantastic. And then that will probably be my third one, the sturdy materials. Yeah, I think this is the way I'm going to do it. So let's do that. We'll refund for the tools. We've got a whole bunch of houses over here that's upgrading. It doesn't seem like they require any tools though to upgrade. But for all the other structures that we're going to build, we're going to definitely need the tools. Got some more influence, so we might as well just upgrade or unlock the treasury. Okay, so let's just see here. Okay, this great hall doesn't really have any benefit, to be honest. From what I can see, it doesn't have any benefit. So you can just keep it a small structure. So what we can do is, I'm thinking, you know, let's make the treasury this great hall. We can assign the treasury as the great hall. Why not? Okay, now we do need fortification. So as a fortification, we can use the bailiff office as a tower. I just want to kind of find a good location for the tower. And what better place to place it than right in the middle. Yeah, I think this will work. So we're going to make the roof black there. And for this one, I actually also would like to make it black. Falkenheim is now a town, okay. There we go. Alright, so let's just place this, and then we're going to increase our treasury capacity with another 300. And then we've got our bailiff office also here. Build all. There we go. We've got now the extra space here for both the warehouse and the granary. So let's just see for the... Thinking, I suppose we can just do another slot for berries and for fish. At least just for now. And then we can add definitely another slot here for the wood. We can add one for polished stones. And then we need one for cloth. Yeah, I think we're going to just do it like that. We've got 5 available workers, so I can maybe go ahead and add another one. Another 2. Let's do another 2 over here. Okay, so my happiness is quite high, so let's just maybe go ahead and do another levy. And we're going to get 132 gold from that. I'm going to just go ahead with that. Because I do want to unlock some extra territory. I want to open up the territory here for the monastery. I think it's needed to just get that going. Let's go for it. Okay, because what we're going to do is once we've got the monastery going, then we can start getting some herbs. We can get our herb garden going. And once we've got a herb garden, we're going to make some really good money. Okay, so I don't know why it doesn't allow me to build. Okay, I'm going to have to just probably place it again. 35 planks. Okay. I think if we want to make the bridge look nice, we're going to have to go with 35 planks. Oh, wait. Yeah, 30 will work. 30 will work over here. Okay, cool. Let's just place it like that. And I'm going to also ask them to... Yeah, I think I should ask them to clear out the forest. Resource removal. Yeah, we're going to have to do that. We'll just wait for the bridge to finish. I'm going to first prioritize the mana, of course. Here we've got the traders from Northbury again. We're going to sell a whole bunch of meat. So that's good. And there comes Stratbury as well. So I think what we can do is we can build up our clergy influence. And then once we've got 15 clergy influence, we can open up the trade route here to Kinstone. And then we can start selling herbs to them. There is another town that buys herbs, and that is Northbury. Okay, cool. Yeah, so then we've got two towns that's willing to buy herbs. And we've got the extra berries, which we're not really using. So we can sell that as well. Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Once we've opened up Kinstone Abbey, that's going to really help us. And I think to upgrade the Kinstone Abbey route, you only need additional clergy influence to upgrade that route, as far as I remember. So with the berry gatherer, I suppose we can add another forager over here. And then we're going to start selling that. We'll be getting very good money from that. But the town is slowly but surely, it's starting to look like something. And I want to wait until we get the fortified walls and we can place it around the island. I think it's going to look really nice if we do the whole island with like a type of fortified wall. Yeah, I think that's important. So the people are completely happy. It's literally only the levy mandate that's causing the debuff. I'm waiting for these guys to still complete the tower. I've got like a little campfire going here. Actually looks pretty nice. And you can see they're holding the roof down with these rocks. And with the logs over here. Okay, so we've got all the material now that we need for the tower. There we go. And now we've got to just assign a bailiff. So let's see here. Trade price bonus of 10%. Oh, yes. So unfortunately, we're going to have to remove our nun because that's the benefit I would really like for my bailiff. And we'll have to assign somebody else. There's definitely somebody else that we can assign there. We'll just wait for her to move now to a bailiff office. And you can see our treasury has gone up now to 800, which is great. Now I think the next thing that I do want to do is maybe the clothing. I want to look at unlocking that. And I just unlock the village fence as well. I don't know if I'm going to use that, to be honest. But I'm going to just unlock it in any case. But we'll use... It's really hard to determine whether or not I should use the clothing or the wheat. The wheat just requires a whole bunch of extra resources to get going. But then again, the sheep farms, they require a larger territory to operate, which we don't have a lot of. Okay, perfect. So our bridge is finished here. So what we're going to do is we're going to just remove all the resources. Just do this. Well, I want to kind of like just open up this middle space here. And then we can start setting up the basic structure for the monastery. So let's see here. The front part, I want to make a chapel. I'm going to try and make it welcoming. So the front part will form part of the chapel. And we can raise the roof a little bit. I want to get the capacity up to 32. Yeah. I think I would like to have it at 32. I'm going to build it a little bit deeper in, right? So then we can add an extension in the front on a later stage. So let's maybe lower the roof. Yeah, okay, I think that's okay. We're going to leave it like that. That will be part of the chapel. Then we're going to have to add our monastic scriptorium. And the monastic scriptorium is going to be the piece at the back. I think it would be the most appropriate location for it. To have the scriptorium at the back. And we've got 8 copies that we can assign there with 140 storage. And let's just see here. So then we can do the monk dorms. Let's do the monk dorms. We can do on this side. Just make sure that everything's level. Okay. Right, so there we have the monk dorms. Then we're going to have to place ourselves a herb garden. Now we need the garden hut. Which we're gonna... I know, I'll probably move it on a later stage. But let's just place it here for now. And I'll do the herb planters in a little while. But I'm going to just place the herb garden there for now. And then we need this grange. I think that's how you pronounce it. We're going to have the grange here. Now, in all honesty, I think the grange can actually be over here, right? It doesn't have to be on the actual island. It will just take longer for them to transport, though. Well, let's put it down here, like so. Maybe. Okay, this is actually important for the manuscripts. We need this. We don't need to store anything else in this grange, but we cannot store the scriptures or the manuscript in a normal storage. And I just want to now see if there's anything else that we require at this stage. We do need a what do you call it? A refectory. Yeah, we do need a refectory. So the refectory, I'm going to go ahead and place the refectory on this side. Alrighty, so this is going to be a lot of resources for all of these structures. I don't know if that's 50 stone for the whole structure. No. That's actually way more. You can see here now. Alright, it's going to be over 200 stone that we're going to require to to finish this. And we do need a couple of polished stone for certain pieces. Actually, it only looks like if we want to do the rustic gate, which I think is going to look very nice. If we attach it here, for example. I want to add the facade as well. Now, I know it costs a lot of polished stone, but it just looks really cool. And I think it's an appropriate piece of structure. And then we can have our tower. Ooh, the tower, I want to make it actually part of the chapel. Let's do that. Here we go. So this can be part of the chapel. And now we still just need a door. So it's either this one or that one. Well, this one fits in the front. This one doesn't. Oh, it does. It does actually. That's not going to work. Yeah, we're going to have to go for this one. Let's just see if we remove this facade. Maybe we should just take this out for now. Oh, this actually works better. Okay, I'm gonna place it like that. Let's say build all. And it's going to take quite a process now to get all of this done. But I'm gonna just let them start going there. We've got 6 available workers, so there's quite a few people that we can assign as monks. Got some more people coming in over here. Okay, and our gold is looking good. It's actually very stable. Maybe what I should do with that gold that we've got now, I should open up this territory over here. We need to get like some sort of location where we can do our sheep farms or the wheat farms, either way. So I'm going to just go ahead and say to let's just unlock this territory over here. I'm going to purchase this territory, and we're going to extend another bridge on this side. Looking for the closest point to connect the two. Yep, this seems right. Well, let's just connect it like that. Ooh. I have to do it, I think, from the opposite side. From this side. Here we go. Right, so we can just extend that bridge. And what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to maybe... Let's maybe move the builder's workshop. We can move this across over here. We're going to do a lot of building on this side. So the builder's workshop can go there. And our storages, well, I'll leave them there for now. So they're going to just have to walk very far now to transport all of these things. But yeah, let's get that set up. I'm going to go ahead and unlock the tavern for myself. And then from there, all we're going to do else is maybe just build up our treasury. So at this stage of the game, I want to now really get the monastery going. So we've got the monk dorms built, and then we've also got the monastic scriptorium. We've got the chapel up and running. So the only thing that's really left at this stage is, let me just see here, sorry, the refectory. Okay, so that's the only thing we still need. That's where they get their food from. So let's just go ahead. We've got 10 available villagers. So let's see how many we can assign here. We had only 4 males out of the 10 available villagers. There was only 4 men. So we're going to just every now and then when we get new villagers, immigrants to the town, we're going to just have to see if we can devote them to the monastery. But there we've got at least, yeah, we've got at least 4 now. Okay, cool. And they, all of them come now. So we've got a priest assigned, we've got a copyist assigned, and now the idea is we still want to add our herb garden. So we're going to have a few herb planters over here. And I'm going to kind of like squeeze them in here. It does cost a few tools. I think then let's just maybe start with 2 of these, and then we can assign 4 monks to the herb garden. So let's just say apply changes. Yeah, there we go. Right, so they can just finish that. Ooh. Okay, now I'm thinking we can get one of these 3 benefits. Either we can get planks and polished stone, we can get influence. Ooh, I think I'm gonna go for the clergy influence. Want to earn wealth through trade. I can get 100 coin there, which is nice, but it's better to open up that trade route. So let me get that influence points from the clergy. Here we go. So this is going to be good. So from here now we can open up that trade with Kingstone Abbey. There we go. Nice. Okay, what this is going to cause us to be able to do, we can now sell berries as well. So the berries, I'm going to just bring it up. Let's maybe say they can sell when we get over 80. Yeah. We can then eventually start selling veggies as well once we've got our veggie gardens. What I'm going to do is with the herbs, I'm going to sell any herbs that we are collecting at this stage. We're not going to use it for a very long time. So whatever herbs we are gathering, we can sell that. There we've got 2 new villages. I've moved my town center towards this side. So I want to really migrate everything more towards this side. So let's just see for a residential area. As you can see, I've also moved the well towards this side. I'm going to have a lot of residential buildings now going towards this side. And then eventually I'll extend it going around over here and then eventually spreading more across the whole island. But I want to have the residential area closer to the monastery so that they can then obviously benefit from the chapel. And also if we do need any monks that needs to go to town, it's not going to be an issue for them to travel far. And now the thing is we need to set up another warehouse and another granary. So I'm going to have to look into that, just getting that also set up. I think what we can do, we can just make this maybe a little bit smaller. I want to really utilize all of this space over here. Now we've already got a nice footpath here, so I want to kind of keep that. Not that it will disappear, but I'm going to have all the green area I'm going to have on this side of the path. Okay, cool. Now if we do need extra housing space, we've got all the ground available over here. And let's just see, so this is going to be our town center, right? So we can look at... Oh yeah, we can trade some wood. Yes, 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 yes. Nice. Plenty of gold over there. Yeah, so I want to add another granary and another storage over here. And I'm going to do it probably more towards this side. I think eventually we're going to destroy this warehouse as well as the granary. Because we're going to have our city market, or... I just want to see what's it called. Yes, it's a city market, the market hall. Yeah, so I want to place that on a later stage. So for now, until we get there, we're going to just have the warehouse and the granary set up. So let's just build our warehouse, and then we can have the granary right next to it. Okay, we can maybe look at having a well on this side also, because obviously the monks also need water to drink. So it might not be a bad idea to set up a well for them. And let's just do it. Yeah, I'm gonna place it here. I think I'm gonna just go with that. Just do that. Got another villager. I don't know why. Oh, okay. We don't have a priest now because we've got someone that's assigned at the herbalist garden. And then we've also got one transporter over here, one copyist, and then we're going to have one worker here at the refectory. So it's our refectorian has got a worker there to just distribute the food for all the monks. So let's just see. There we go. There we've got another monk. So now we've got a priest as well. So we've got one monk in each of the categories. I want to really build up my population now of the town so that we can just assign or fully assign all the monks. We can have up to, looks like 14 monks we can have. And I think that's going to be fine for quite a while. Just to have that 14 monks. Oh, a providential trade route. The Abbeys is glad you have established trade route with Kingston Abbey. Jubileous monasteries on both sides would benefit from trading with each other and would like to know if you need anything. Okay, wow. This is really good. I could use better trade prices. Oh man. Well, you know, in the short term, obviously 200 coin is going to be awesome. But in the long run, I think it's going to just be better for us to have that 10% trade bonus. I'm not sure if it's stacking though with the other stuff, but I think it does. Let's just say that one. I'm going to just ask for the better trade routes. And we can see, we can look at our benefits here somewhere. Just want to see something. Just first go out here. There is a way, there is a place where you can look at all the benefits, all the buffs that you've got. Here it is. Ah, here it is. Okay, so we do get that extra benefit. So we've got 10% boost with the labor, 10% with all of these, and then another 10% with the clergy. So both the labor alliances, or the labor allegiances, and the clergy allegiances, they get a 20% boost for trade. So that is pretty much everybody. The only trading partners that will not have that same boost is the kingdom allegiance, or the towns with the kingdom allegiance, which is this one, the castle harbor. Okay, yeah, there we go. So they are trading the herbs. We are getting currently now 4 coin for one piece of herb. That is really good. So we do want to get that boosted. Let's see. So they want us to deliver 25 berries and 10 herbs. And then they will give us bread. You see, that is a good thing. We can open up this trade route to Davenport. And then we can sell honey. And we can sell the wax. Ooh. This is a good one. This is a good one. Okay, you know what? Let's try this. Let's try this. I'm going to try and build up my resources over here. We're going to see if we can get some extra monks to work there by the herb garden. And let's just say to keep it above 10. We've got 28 days to fulfill it though, so I think we'll definitely do that. I'm just waiting for new villages to come in so that we can assign more monks. Now, I know this is still very cluttered over here, but we'll sort that out on a later stage. Like I said, it's not that important as of yet. So for the transporters here, I'm going to only assign women. We kind of like need as many men as we can get to go to the monastery. I feel like I can maybe just remove all of these trees. And I should maybe just systematically start clearing everything out here so that I can see what's going on. We're going to have veggie gardens, which is going to color the island in nicely. We'll add a few extra decorations. Let's just see, we've got one extra guy. Okay. I'll definitely assign him also here. Devote male. There we go. And I'm hoping we're going to get another one. Oh, man. So, where did they assign this one now? At the refectorium. You see, that's the thing. Like, I don't know why. This is like always the first priority. They assign the people to the refectorium. Let's do berries. And I suppose we can make fish available for them as well. Now, they do need monastic food. And for the monastic food... Let's see, I think it's veggies. Yeah. So the veggies is the monastic food. They need that in order for them to level up to a brother. Eat your veggies, brother. Yeah, it's sad that Hulk Hogan also passed away. But we do have this bridge now set up. What I'm going to do is, let's just get ourselves a forester over here, right? And I'm going to let this forester just plant a whole bunch of trees. And we're going to see if our spawning points for the boars are going to accumulate. And then I'm going to keep this territory on this side. We're going to use that for the sheep farming. We'll just utilize all of this for the sheep farming. We've got now the extra coin, so maybe I should just go ahead and purchase this territory. Yeah, why not? Now I'm going to have to remove a whole bunch of these resources. We're going to remove the stone. We only need that one deposit, really. There is more stone on that side if we want to use it. But I'm going to clear all of these trees on this side. And then we can use this for the sheep encampments. Here we go. Let's just clear all of this. And then what I'm going to do is with the forester, I'm going to let them plant extra trees over here. And then we're going to see if there's going to be more spawning points that's going to pop up. I'm hoping that's what it's going to do. Otherwise, if that doesn't work, we're going to have to use cheese as our refined food. Cheese and bread, that is. Then we're going to have to just systematically move away from the meat. On a later stage, we can then obviously set up another bridge over here. It's going to be quite far for the people to walk from here to get to the hunting zone, but I think it's doable. So we'll just set up another bridge over here, and then they can hunt on this spot. You can see there's a lot of spawning points over here, so that's going to really help us. Okay, we'll assign 2 transporters over here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just tell them to... We can assign the berries there, of course. Let's maybe just do that. And I'm going to maybe tell them to do the herbs and the honey also. And then the veggies. Let's do that. We can extend the granary on a later stage. And then from here we can do wool. No, we don't have wool yet. Okay, I think I first need to unlock the sheep farm. But I'm going to assign wool here. We can do cloth, clothing, and then what else? Yeah, I suppose we can do the wax. We're going to accumulate that wax over time. And we can eventually look for something else that we can add there to the warehouse. But for now, that's going to be all. There, we've got another monk. That's it. Okay, so I just want at least 2 monks signed there to just gather the herbs for us. We've got another 18 days to accumulate all of that. I think we're going to do it, seeing now that we've got the 2 monks there. Now I'm going to just prioritize the forest down this side, and then we're going to plant those extra trees, and let's just see if we can get those spawning points to accumulate. And then I want to also do this so we can unlock the clothing production. Alrighty, and then I'm going to place the sheep farm kind of like over here. And then what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to make the pastures go all the way up, right up against the coastline. So let's place ourselves a sheep farm there, and then the weaver's hut we can have on this side. We can have it close to the storage over here, because they're going to move the wool and the cloth and everything they're going to have on this side. There we go, there's the wool. So we're going to have the wool here. We can just as well go ahead with our weaver's hut. It doesn't have a negative effect on the housing. So we can place the weaver's hut over here. You see, this is the entrance this side. There we go. There we can do the weaver's hut. And then we can also place ourselves a tailor. Now that's going to cost me another 50 coin. We've got our traders that's coming in. Northbury and Trotbury. Now Northbury, I think they will trade. They will trade herbs with us. No. It's not Northbury. Let me just check again what they trade with. Just want to double check this. Okay, they do the stone and the meats. Okay, that's what they will trade with. And they do actually do the herbs. Okay, good. Now I'm thinking I have to push up my meat production. We'll have to probably set up some more hunters. We've got another 2 people, another man and a woman. So we're going to devote that guy also to the monastery. Let's just build our tailor over here, and let's just say devote. Good. Okay, the herbs are taking a little bit longer than I was hoping for. I want to unassign these guys, but it doesn't look like you can. Yeah, you see, so these guys automatically get slotted in over here. Okay, we'll just have to leave it like that. I'm just hoping we're getting those herbs on time, but only 8 days left. Right, so the forest is up here, and then we can now just say to them to basically paint all of this area. Let's just see how this goes. I'm hoping that it's gonna create some sort of spawning points here for the boars. I've only got 1 on that side. Now we're gonna clear all this forest, so maybe they'll migrate towards that side. I'm thinking I should probably do just another levy over here. Let's see here. Okay. Discuss levies. 177. Okay, I think that would be the last one though. I just want to complete this quest. We've got 6 days left, 9 herbs. Come on guys, you can do it. I want to get that bread because if I've got that 20 bread, let's maybe take away the honey and we can put the bread in there. So if I've got that 20 bread, I can open up that other trade route here to Davenport. Yeah, and then we can trade the boars, we can trade the wax and the honey. And eventually we can trade bread as well. Okay, this is actually looking better now that the trees are cleared out. This is a very good island for the monastery, I must say. Very cool. Got some more villagers coming in here. Another woman and a man. So we're going to do the same. Just assign them there. See? Got 2 transporters, 2 copyists, and then 2 up in the refractory. I think that's what it's... What's it called? Refectory. Refectory. There we are. I could have just said kitchen. I think the best thing for us to do is to actually upgrade the workers to commoners. So, but in order for us to do that, we're going to have to just see, we're going to need a few extra things. We're going to need the beautifications. And, well, that's pretty much it. We've got plenty of wood and planks. We just needed to upgrade these houses. So, what I'm going to do is, let's first maybe just add another hunter over here. And then we can start looking at upgrading the houses to commoners. We're going to add a few decorations over here. So I generally like to place these trees, the terracotta beech planter. It just looks nice having the trees in between the houses. So, trying to think where would be... This is a good location for that, I think. I have to place some additional market stalls also, so that everybody can get the food that they need. Okay, let's leave it like that. And here we've got the sheep farm now up. So I'm going to just say paint the pastures. I'm going to basically go ahead and just color it in all around the coastline. Just make like a elongated pasture. No workers assigned. Let's just see here. 2 workers. Too small. Okay. Make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Okay, now this is perfect. So what we're going to do, eventually we'll have obviously another sheep farm, and we're going to do it right next to this one. And we're going to also color in this whole area. And there I forgot about the herbs and the berries. Oh man. Okay. Anyways. That is unfortunate. But now we've got our sheep farm up. Just want to see. I did tell them to remove all of this. Okay, it's going to take some time. Now we're just waiting for the right amount of tools now to build the weaver as well as the tailor workshop. I am importing it. The tools, that is. It's another villager coming in. Unfortunately, it's just a lady. I was hoping to get some more guides to just assign them there by the monastery. Okay, let's see. I want to add some more market stalls. So let's do this. This is the town square, so I want to kind of place it over here. Right, so, and we are lacking, okay, we are lacking monastic food, and then also the refined food. And just tell them to clear out all of these trees. Now I want to look for where we can place a vegetable garden. It can obviously be on this island. It's big enough to do that. So add a sub building, vegetable garden. I suppose having it on this side is going to be better. There we go. I think that's a good location for it. Build all. We don't have a lot of housing left, but I did color in all of this territory to utilize it as houses, so yeah, I don't think I have to worry about that. So I just want these traders to come so that we can boost our income a little bit. And then I'm going to look at upgrading these two, the butchers. I'm going to upgrade them to commoners so that we can just produce the meat more effectively. And I'm going to tell them to prioritize this hunter's hut. I think we need at least 4 hunters for 1 butchery. Alright, so you can see the first of our sheepies. Got a nice big pasture. Okay, unfortunately this guy I'm gonna also assign to the monastery. I need workers for the weaver's hut and the tailor, but this one is definitely going this way. There we are. Now I'll probably extend the dorms like with another block like this. I'm going to extend it towards this way, and I'll maybe make a door on this side and on the back so that they can easily come in and out. And then here towards the back we're going to place something completely different. So I was actually thinking, let's go here. So we need to have a monastic emissary. We need a small structure for that, so I'm not going to worry too much about that. But the hospitium, I think that's what I want to have going towards the back. Yeah. So the hospitium I'm going to place more towards the back. So we can assign 2 hunters over here, and then for the weaver's hut, I think I'm going to just go ahead and also assign 2 people over there. We're going to start shearing the sheep soon. Adequately sized, yeah. So they're getting there. Waiting for workers. Yeah, see, they've got quite a distance to travel now. And that is part of the challenge, having the islands, of course. Okay, so we've got Kingstone Abbey. They're going to trade herbs with us. So we should be able to get a good amount of money for herbs. Yeah, there we go. Only 3 herbs. Oh yeah, we're only trading up to 10. Yeah, I think it's a good idea to maybe just keep the 10 herbs in there. Now we've got farmers here as well. So let's just paint the fields. It doesn't have to be big. I know the veggie fields is actually quite small. So we can do it like this. There we go. And they're saying it's already adequately sized, so yeah, they use very little space. You can see there they're starting to plant the veggies now. Good. Got some more people we can devote. 1 extra guy. We'll probably end up with 2 or 3 of the veggie farms. And we can also use the veggies as a trading commodity. And I just want to assign the veggies here, because that's our monastic food. That's quite important. And then once we've got that, I think we should be fine. Okay, so these 2 witches, I'm going to upgrade them to commoners. Let's just do this. What can we place in here? Maybe just the berries. Yeah. We've got our 2 weavers, and I think I'm going to go ahead and just add 2 tailors maybe. Okay, our sheep farm is operating. And now we can just let the clothes accumulate. I'm not going to utilize the clothes. I'm not going to give it to the people in the village. They only really benefit from it in any ways once they reach the commoner level. Now there's one thing that I forgot to do, which I can kick myself, but this will also help us with the income. I've been delaying this now for quite some time. I need to get the taxes going. So let's just see. I didn't place my tax collector. So the tax collector, I want to make it a relatively big structure. Here we go, the tax office. So we're going to make it a big structure. And we're going to make the roof black, the same. And that will give us the capacity for 2 tax collectors. Yep. Let's do that. And then once we've got our tax collectors, we can just start getting money from the villagers, and we'll just grow our town so much quicker. Oh yeah, definitely going to trade with this. Yeah, so like I say, it's usually one of the raw ingredients. Either it's going to be wood, or it's going to be wool or wheat. One of those. We've got another 2 ladies. Yeah, so we can't devote any of them. I think they are going to be assigned as my tax collectors. There's no other jobs at this stage. And we've got enough coin now, so let's maybe upgrade these two. Here we go. Yeah, we're going to just upgrade those two. We can look at adding some extra beautifications. So we just want to kind of make sure that all the houses are beautified, if that's the right word for it. Yeah, there we go. So some of these houses, I think they should be upgrading pretty soon. I mean, our commoners should be living in one of these. Just see, where are they living? So let's just look here at the hunting spots. I want to see. Ah, there we go. Okay, this is perfect. Now this is really what I was hoping for. So you can see my forester planted all of these trees, and now we've got more spawning points here for the boars. This is exactly what I was hoping for. So let's just do this. I want to like really color in this whole area over here. We will eventually, I think, we'll move everything on a much later stage though. We'll move it across to this island over here, and this will be like the hunting island, and we'll also do our mining from these nodes. But for the time being, I think we're going to just keep it as it is. And now what I'll do is I'll move my hunters. Just want to see how much it's going to cost to move these guys. 1 tool and 8 wood. It's not too bad. But yeah, I think it's going to be time. I'm going to have to move them now. I want to start utilizing all of this territory over here, right? Ooh, we've got a lot of extra villagers. 2, 3, 1 extra guy. Let's just devote him. Forget the bread, stay safe with us. Lead us to the wreck. Okay, I think I'm gonna go for this one. Let's try that. Oh, we needed the lodging. Oh my goodness. We need a lodging. Host the bishop steward. Oh my goodness. So I think the lodging, we need a hospitium in order to lodge that person, if I'm not mistaken. The bishop stewards, okay. Right, the only thing that I can think of doing is now to add some decorations so that we can get to that splendor point, so that we can open up the hospitium, and then I need to physically build it. That's all I can really think about to do now. So let's do this. I think this is going to look nice. We can make like a type of pathway with these base plants. Okay, that's going to cost me 50 coin. That's fine. Right, so then we are at 11 splendor. We still need another 14 to go. And, this is a really steep entrance. Oh my goodness. But it doesn't look too bad. I'm just now thinking we'll probably just do the rose bushes again. That's like my go-to if I just want to quickly build up the splendor. Mystic range. Herb garden. You know what, let's just add a sub-building here. Do the free build. I'm gonna just do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Okay, 21. One, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Okay, now we've got enough splendor. Just want to see, so there isn't a lodging for this the steward. I don't think so, at least. Yeah, could not fulfill 2 needs. Hospitium, okay. Yeah. Let's do this. Hospitium, and then I'm going to also go ahead and unlock the monastic beekeeping. So this is going to help us obviously for the trade. So let's do the beekeeping. Add a sub-building. Hospitium, there we go. And we've got a capacity of 8. Hold all. Right, and we're going to just make this a top priority. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to fulfill that need. We've got 26 days though. Another 2 women. Okay, we cannot devote any more people. Okay, yeah, this is looking much better. We've got way more spawning points over here with the hunting spots. I was thinking of moving it across now, but we're still really okay with the residential area over here. We don't need more houses. Not as of yet. Let's see, there's a new house being built here. Okay, right, so let's see here. 2 tax collectors. Yes. Very well. Okay, so let's go here, and then now we can just assign our tax. Finally. Should have done that quite a while ago. Okay, at least we've got all the stone. We just need the planks now and 7 tools. We've got everything. think I'm gonna just do one more time. I'm gonna do this levy. 200, let's say 210 coin we can get from that. Yeah, I think that's good. So let's just see what we can do here. Extended village edict. Yeah, I probably want to do that. I must also start with the bread production. Goods market. Let's do that. I'm gonna do the extended village edict. And then we can do this one. Decreases the cost of every mandate by 50%. Yeah. This is gonna be the most beneficial one. Because now what we can do, when we go to this tab, you'll see here now to open up or to extend the trade with Dropberry, Northberry, it's going to only cost us 25 tools or 25 bread. And to improve the Keenstone trade route, it's only going to cost us 13 influence, clergy influence, 13. Okay, so we can build this up. Now I obviously also need a emissary, but we'll get that on a later stage. Is that a guy? Yeah, looks like it. Here we go. Got another guy assigned there. We're still waiting for the tools here. Oh no, that's a lot of sheep. So what I'm going to do, once we've cleared out all of this territory and we've got some extra coin, I'm going to open up this territory as well. And then we'll just ask this forester to plant some extra trees over here. And then we'll have some really good spawning points here for the boars. And I can see the one house is now upgrading to a commoner house. Because oh, it's two houses actually. We've got all the decorations and everything that we need to get these houses up. I'm going to also go ahead and just extend the monk dorms over here. Right, so we can place an extension like this. And I think it might be a good idea to, let's place a small entrance over here. And I actually do want one here at the back. Although, yeah, let's maybe do that. Let's place an entrance here at the back as well. That's going to give us a capacity of another 10 monks that we can assign. Actually, yeah, I still have to raise this. Okay, there we go. Another 16. That's better. There's another 2 guys. So I'm going to just devote. Yeah, I'm going to assign both of them there. We've got now 3 herbalists, which is great. And 3 people working at the refectory. Just want them now to finish with the structure over here. We've only got 9 days left to host this Bishop Steward. And his needs are still, his approval rating is still like at 0. Let's see. Okay, so the Hospitium is now finished. Hopefully he'll be happy now. Come on, guy. Maybe we can fulfill the needs now. Okay, so here we can see we've actually got 2 common houses over here and then another one that's being built on this side. And I'm going to just systematically upgrade the people to commoners where we need them. So I know for the butchery we've got the commoners now. I think what we can do is we can upgrade the weavers. I want to just upgrade my 2 weavers and the 2 tailors, I would say. And then we can just lastly, I want to upgrade my 2 tax collectors. Okay, so we've got a 23% approval rating. We've got 5 days left. So hopefully we can fulfill that. Get it over 50. Could not fulfill one need. What is that need? I mean, we've got monistic food. We've got everything else that he needs. Yeah, I'm not sure we're gonna fulfill that. Get it over 50% approval. I doubt it. I don't really know what's needed. Could not fulfill one need. No access to monistic food. Oh, there it's climbing now. Okay, so obviously we didn't fulfill that quest. That's just because I didn't have a hospitium to start with. See, yeah, they're also hard to come by. We need cheaper polished stone. Cheese is a useful good stock. Uh, Let's maybe do the polished stone. Yeah, I think we can do this one. I think we can do this one. There we are. Okay, so now we've got 18 influence, so we've got enough now to upgrade that trade route. But in order to upgrade the trade route, we need an emissary. So let's just see, we need to do this one first. Trying to think where I can place the emissary building. Add a sub building, emissary office. Now where should we place this? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make the emissary office. I'm gonna make it here in the front. Let's just make it a little bit of a bigger structure. And with a small entrance. Just like that. Why not? we've got quite a few houses that's upgrading now to the common houses. And our gold is accumulating also nicely. I'm going to just leave a bigger space here for the town square. I want to add a few extra market stalls here. Yeah, let's do that. So from here, we can now get the goods market. So we need the goods market in order to be able to distribute the clothes. We've got plenty of clothes at the moment, so we can now open up another trade route here, the one to middle. So with middle, we can sell, with the things that we've got currently, we can sell clothing and we can sell fish. So let's just open up that trade route. And I think I want to make the clothing available for the people. Let's just do the goods stall. And I'm going to just let them face back to back. And we're going to just separate the market stalls with the blue and the red. So the red, I usually do my food. The blue is all of my goods. And the green tent is basically my luxury items. So let's just go ahead and set that up. Yeah, I can see all of these houses upgrading now. Just want to see, we can have 6 builders. Thought there was one missing there. Yeah, there we go. Then we've got 6 builders. That should suffice. Got another guy over here. Can devote them. And we've got now 3 herbalists. I'll systematically just add a few more extra gardens. The next thing obviously that we need for the monastery or for the clergy is the rustic cloister. I'm eager to build that, but I think I must rather wait. And I'm first going to increase the trade. I think that's going to be a better call. So let's just prioritize this so that we can get our emissary. In my opinion, I think they should have had more entertainment buildings here within Foundation. I mean, the only entertainment building now that we've really got is the Tavern. And to give them alcohol, that is basically the entertainment. But I don't know, I just would have liked maybe more, like something where they can have like a theater or, I don't know, maybe like a pavilion with musicians or something like that. Just something extra. No more room in the lodgings available. Yes, that's true. We've only got space for 8. Right, so everything seems to be good. We are lacking the monastic food. Just see. I don't know why though. We're saying -4 for the monastic food. Well, you know what we can do? We can maybe just add another market stall. Maybe I must sell the veggies here. Then they'll be a bit more happy. Well, this is actually working out very nicely so far, doing this whole island build. I suppose the size of the islands also make a big difference, but I just can't see it happening with any smaller islands. It would have been such a pain having smaller islands than this. I mean, this is the perfect size for the city itself. Alrighty, so we're gonna have to now assign one of these monks. Job learning speed. Okay, yeah. Can be any one of the two, the top or the bottom one. We're not going to do anything with the combat. Very well, happiness bonus of 10%. Now we're gonna extend the trade route over here, improve the Kingston trade route. Okay. Here we go. So our emissary is gonna go out. And we can trade the wood again. It's another 150 coin. Let's just see here. So we're going to upgrade a few things now. We can... A city fence. That's a nice one. Village stone bridge. Yeah, I do want that. I want to change my bridges to stone bridges. Suppose we can also look at the farming. Let me just see here. Trying to think what I can do. You see, with the farming, I can maybe place the grain farms I can place on this island itself. Trying to think what would be the most effective thing to do here. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll move my hunters. I'm going to move to this area over here. I'm going to clear out all of the trees on this side. And I'll probably place my wheat farms over here. And then we can add some more residential buildings all around here. And then when we do get to the point of where we need more space for the residential structures, we can then move our hunting spots. We can move towards this side. And then we can utilize this space for the wheat. And eventually we can also place the cattle farms there. So this is going to be just one big island of pasture. Okay, so let's see if I add a market tender over here and I say veggies. I just want to see if that will sort out the problem that we have with the lack of monastic food, because we've got these people, the refectorians, and they're supposed to distribute the food. Trying to think if there's something missing over here. Something missing. No, I think that is everything. Okay. Okay, so I've got to now just make a decision over here. Let's just unlock the farming and suppose we can do the tooling as well. Okay, so we've got the iron mining camp. We can place it right over there. Just want to see, there should be some iron deposits. Oh, okay, there at the top. Nothing here. Oh, we actually do have one iron deposit over there. I think now that we've got the money, maybe we should just send our bailiff out just to do some prospecting for the mineral deposits. Yeah, let's do that. Let's add another tailor here. There we go. I suppose we're going to need 2 weavers though. And another sheep farm. So let's add ourselves another sheep farm. Okay, so once again we get the option or the opportunity now to get some bread and some additional clergy influence if we are able to sell 25 berries and 10 herbs to them. I don't know, I'm gonna just skip this for now. I think it's going to be the best move is to just not do that. Yeah, the monastery is looking very good in its current condition. I'll maybe extend the tower a little bit more on a later stage. But so far it's looking good. I think I should just systematically start clearing out the forest over here. Or what we can do, I know I went through all this effort now to increase the spawning points here for the boars. But I don't know, I feel I must maybe just go straight for this location and just start doing my hunting on this side. So in that way then we can start immediately with the wheat farms without any disruptions. So I can first unlock this territory. Let's just unlock this territory over here and then we can build ourselves a bridge. Yeah, I'm gonna do it like this. Okay, so this bridge is on a good location. Then we can place our hunter huts over here. And I'm gonna move my forester also to just basically plant some more trees wherever they can. It's only gonna be like a temporary job really. So let's move the forester. There. And these hunter huts I'm gonna just move up. Yeah, I think I've just made my decision now. To have the hunter huts here at the top. Let's do this. Yeah, there's the first one. And here's the second one. So we're going to just move them there. And then we can make the forest a little bit more dense. We just create some more of these hunting spots. Let's unlock this territory. Ooh, yeah, let's unlock this territory over here. 9 territories, yeah. We've got now the additional sheep farm, so I'm going to add my shepherds and we're going to paint the pasture. We're going to make it in a similar way to the other one that we have. It's going to be more of a elongated one. Something like this. Wow, it really uses a lot of territory. There we go. But just enough space. Okay, so between these two farms we should be generating enough wool now, and I think we won't have any issues with that for quite some time. Alright, so what I'm going to do off screen, I'm going to just go ahead and clear out all of this forest and the forest on this side, and then we can systematically start adding some more residential houses over here, and then we can also get our wheat farming going. And then in the middle, I would say we can place our cattle farms. So there's quite a few things that I did off screen, and I'm going to just quickly go through all of that. So I've extended my manor. I've added some more treasury rooms. So you can see that our treasury is currently at 1190. That's our capacity. And then I'm busy clearing out the forest over here. So obviously we've moved the hunters now there. I've also placed my forester here, and I've added more forest to this territory. So it was exactly like I anticipated it was going to be. So by me making the forest more dense, we've actually got now more spawning points for the boar. So I can eventually even add like a third hunter cabin I can add here. So that's looking good. I've added a fencing here for the pastures, the sheep pastures. It's not necessary, but I just think it looks nicer. So that's why I did that. And then around the monastery, I've also added the stone fence. Also just to aesthetically make it look nicer. We're going to add a few extensions to the monastery very shortly, and then I want to now add some extra fortifications over here. I'm going to just do another village watchtower, and eventually once we've got some extra splendor, some labor splendor, we'll do city fortifications. So in order to get the city fortifications we need 150 splendor, so it's going to take a little bit of time still to get there. But I've got my laborers now clearing the forest over here, so you can see that I've got a whole bunch of forest that I've highlighted here that I want to clear out. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add our cattle farms here, we're going to add the wheat farms, and then we're going to have all our agricultural buildings we're going to have on this island, as I've mentioned at the beginning. So I want to get the cheese production going because there's a specific monastic food that I think I want to maybe give to the monks, and that is, let me just see over here, the garnished greens. Okay, so we use vegetables and cheese for that. Now I think that is going to be my best bet to go for that, or for the golden gruel, so which uses wheat and honey. But I want to try and keep my wheat specifically for making bread. We do use a lot of bread, so I think it's better just to keep that out. And let's just quickly go and add some extra fortifications over here. So now I've got, let me just see here. I'm going to just move this a little bit down so we can upgrade. In fact, I'm going to move this a little bit more in. Let's see here. Invalid position. I don't know. Oh, there we go. So we've got to move it. Oh, it's on the cliff. Okay, that's why. Right, so I'm going to place this one right over here. And then I'm going to add another tower like this because we need some extra patrollers and watchmen. So I'm going to make a tower exactly like that one. And let's just say watch post. There we go. And I want to kind of like make it the same height. Otherwise it looks a little bit wonky. And we're going for the black roof. And I want to place it more or less over here. I think this is a good location for it. So I'm going to just plop it down over here. Oh, we still need that. We need an entry point. There we go. Okay, we can place that down there. Now I've also added a few guys. I've added here to the monastery. We've got 2 places left. Let's see. Okay, now we've got 1 place left. So I want to also get building with the apiary over here. So let's just add a sub building here. And we're going to do the apiary. And the apiaries we can, I suppose we can place it over here. Maybe closer towards the fence here at the bottom. So I'll just do 1 apiary for now. And now we've got enough splendor points to unlock the kitchen. So I'm going to unlock the monastic kitchen. We can also unlock the clergy privileges. I don't know if the treasury is really important. The cloister I think is important. And then we'll do the decorations. There we go. We've still got another 15 influence left. So we've got our first apiary there now, and now I'm going to add another sub building, which will be my kitchen. Did you say add sub building kitchen? Okay, so now I'm going to look for a specific structure. I don't want it to be too big, and I think this rustic, let's see, the rustic gallery, is that right? Yeah, I think this is going to be perfect for the kitchen. I don't need so many workers for the kitchen, because with my previous playthroughs, when I built the kitchen and I had like 3 or 4 staff, it was actually too much. They were overproducing big time. So I think if I've got this gallery over here, I think it's going to be perfect for the kitchen. We'll just raise that a little bit, and we are going to need a chimney, and we can attach it like that. Yeah, I think it actually looks really nice placing it over there. Okay, build all. Okay, so the monastery is shaping up very nicely, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to obviously now utilize all of this space as residential area. Well, eventually I think we're going to have enough house space over here, because now these houses are going to upgrade. Once I've got the watchtower up and I've got all my patrollers that's covering this area, I think it's going to be fine. We're going to have more than enough room for all the people. We've currently got now 109 population in the town, so it's building up. It's building up quite nicely. I've also added this little, what do you call this? The carving tent. There we go. So we can now add another 2 workers over here, and I'm going to just go ahead and do that. And these guys, if I upgrade them to commoners, then they're going to just work a little bit more efficiently in getting the polished stones. And then I'm also building a second stone cutter camp. I think that's quite important. So although the stone is doing pretty well, we're going to build some more advanced structures going forward, and we're going to extend on the monastery quite a bit still. So let's just see, our money is looking good, so I'm going to unlock a few extra things. I've already unlocked the farming, and I've unlocked my extended village edict, the wheat farm improvement, and this is now where I've added the carving tent. We've got some extra decorations. So the cheese farm, the dairy farming, we need to get that going. That's going to be quite expensive, so let's maybe just purchase that for now. And then I need to look at adding some splendor for my labor side. So we're going to just do the Old Faithful rose bush, which we've got here in the corner. We're going to go for that again, just to add that extra splendor. There we go. Okay, we're on to the next tier. So let's just see how much influence have we got. 42. So yeah, we can pretty much research everything. We're going to unlock the tier 3 labor privilege. And milling taxes, I definitely want to get that going. Okay. Now we've got to just wait for that influence to build up again. So let's just see here. Labor privileges. Labor buildings upkeep is reduced by 25%. This is quite good. Newcomers, ignore the happiness immigration factor. That's not such a big deal. This is a good one to have though. That one, beautiful payers. But the civic chores, I think I'm going to just go for that one for now. Yep, and then we've also got some privileges here. Trade price bonus, we're going to go for that one. That's it. Okay, and we can now systematically start upgrading these houses. I've got now, over here I've got berries, and then I've got veggies. Although I think I'm going to maybe do the refined food rather over here. I think that's a little bit more of a pressing matter. Our tailor is completely full here, so I'm just thinking maybe I should just assign another slot here for the clothing. Let's just see how our wool is looking. We're getting like a complete surplus of wool also. So I might need to build myself another weaver's hut. I think I'm going to do that. I'm just not sure how I'm going to position it yet. Let's just add some transporters. We can add transporters here for the granary as well. 6 unemployed. Oh, these are the monks. So if you see you've got an unemployment, but when you try to assign them here and you can't assign them, that means that you've got monks on this side that doesn't have work yet. Now we are going to assign them here to the apiary, and we're going to also have staff for the kitchen specifically. And we can just fast forward this. And I just want to see how far they are in clearing out all of this forest. Okay, it's taking a little bit long. But even with the little space that we've got occupied over here, the town's already looking really nice. Now, I did send my bailiff to prospect this area over here, and the first node we did find iron, so we're going to utilize that on a later stage. Although, you know, thinking about it, we've got an iron node over here also. So I was thinking maybe I should just use this node. And I want to see what's over here. This could be... I don't know if that's stone or iron. I've got to just check that out. But otherwise, I should maybe utilize that piece and then just clear that out and use it all for residential area. I suppose I can do that as well. Okay, and we can assign our more workers here to do the mining. But we don't have any workers now. Those 4 unemployed people, they are all monks. Okay. So we can just wait for new immigrants to come in. I'm going to devote 1 more monk, and then our monastery is completely full with the monks. And then we do need obviously those extra workers here for the stonecutter camp. And then we need some people here for the watch post. Now I've built myself, let me just see here. I've got 3 of these builder workshops, so I've got 9 builders, but for some reason it's taking really long to build all the structures. I've got 1 immigrant, that's a lady over there. I suppose if I really want, I can maybe take away some of the workers here. Let's see, I can take 1 worker away here from the warehouse if I do need, maybe for as patrollers. Now this watch post is taking really long to build. And these towers, I'm going to just prioritize all of them. So what I think I'm doing, I'm going to use this space. I'm going to place, let's see here, the dairy farm. I'm going to place them kind of like over here. And I'm going to just extend them up into the same way. And then going up on this side, I want to say on the right side of the island, we're going to have our wheat. Let's just see what we need here. Okay, so we are lacking... Okay, of course, I know the monastic food. We're going to sort that out soon. We are lacking services going a little bit down, and then we need entertainment as well. So we need to look at building a tavern somewhere. A fish fair. Yeah, we can do a fish fair. We can get some extra labor influence for that. So let's just see here. I've already unlocked the tavern. So I think I should maybe just go ahead and start building that. So the tavern, I think we can place it right next to the tailor over here. This is kind of like part of the town square. And I'm going to just raise the roof a little bit. I think I'm going to do it up to that point. Yeah. Let's do it like that. And then we can add for ourselves, we can add the service counter, which is going to be kind of like the same size. I want it all to be just like one long structure. There we go. Service counter, and then we'd need our brewery. And then we've got all the components that we need. We just need a chimney still for this piece. Now I think I'm going to keep it just like this. Here we go. Yeah, I'm going to keep it just like this. We can add extensions maybe towards the back or to the front if we do need more extensions. The chimney we can place on this side. Here we go. Cool. We can have some of these nice windows. Let's see here for the service counter. Let's add some nice windows over here. And then for the public lounge, let's do that. That's going to give us some nice extra labor influence. I don't think that's going to work. Okay, let's just leave it. Or we can move the chimney. Let's move it maybe like so. And there we go. Now we can fit the window in as well. I can't seem to get this one piece level. Okay, I suppose I can have it a little bit higher. So let's just do it like that. We still need an entrance. We're going to do it on this side. Thatch canopy entrance. Yeah, there we go. That's looking nice. Just say build all. Okay, there we got that new person that came to town now. So we've got all the monks that we need at the moment. We've got our apiary. That's perfect. So then the staff that's left, they're going to operate from the kitchen. I'm going to maybe just tell this bailiff of mine just to do some more prospecting. For the next mineral deposit, there's only one left on that island, so let's go check it out. Prospect. So I think next to the iron I found marble, I think it was. Yeah, there we go. Okay, well that will come in handy. We can always trade that. I'm hoping we can find maybe like a gold node. Accumulate 150 wool. I think we can do that. Sounds like a good trade. Okay, so let's open up some extra space here for the wool. And let's see, where's our wool? 120. We're actually very close to getting the amount that we need. Stock maximum. Yeah, let's do that. And we've got plenty of clothing, so I'm gonna maybe just do this as well. Let's just look where the wool is. Wool, here we go. So let's maybe say stockpile and then just prevent them from using the wool for now. Until we finish that trade. We're going to get really good coin, 225 coin. So I'm going to complete that trade. And we need to prioritize this watch post over here. I think what I can also do is I can maybe import a few extra tools. I think we can do that. Let's maybe push it up to 15. And the wax, okay, we're gonna start selling the wax and also the honey. Yeah, let's do that. So the wax and the honey is also going to be very good trading commodities for us. Okay, nice. They are progressing very well, actually, in clearing out the forest over here. And I think I want to open up another territory. I'm going to open up this one over here. And this is going to be part of where our wheat farms are going to be. Yeah, let's just go ahead and open it up. And I want to see if this is an iron mine or an iron deposit or if it's stone. Iron mining camp. Ah, that's a stone deposit. Well, you know what? I think I'm going to take away that stone deposit over there. I want to rather make the space for the wheat. Okay. That wants your excellence. So they want us to deliver 15 manuscripts. We've currently got 21. Then we get 10 influence from the clergy and 30 polish stones. Well, that will come in handy. So let's maybe say, okay. We're going to just say confirm. I know I am selling the polished stone, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Okay, so I want to push this. Let's push this up a little bit. So I'm going to only sell the polished stone if it's over, I would say maybe over 60. I want to keep a little bit of extra polished stone out for decorations and other structures that we need. Assign function. Let's see here. Simple stew, garnished greens. Yeah, we're probably going to go for the garnished greens. Like I say, I want to keep the bread because it goes so quick. Alrighty, so let's maybe look at adding our dairy farm. So I'm going to place it over here just like so. I think we can just go with one dairy farm. I'm not going to open up the cheese for the public. I'm going to only stick with the one refined food for now. And when we do open up a second refined food, we'll do the bread. So let's just say build. There we go. It's quite expensive, 150 gold. We've got enough wool now also, so we can just do that trade. There we go, 225 coin. And then I'm going to just tell them to stop stockpiling. I can see there's a few houses that's upgrading now because we've got the watchtower. We're still waiting for this watch post to be built. Let's just add a patroller and one watchman. Okay, I don't think I'm going to do this. Let's just say we can't afford a deal now. That's just going to put unnecessary pressure on me. So we've got 78 splendor. I want to push that now a little bit further so that we can get to that 150 mark and then I can do the city fortifications. Now I want to build the city wall all the way around this island. So this whole area is basically fortified and then we don't have to bother with these watchtowers. I mean, we can still build these watch posts because we do need the patrollers. And we're probably going to have a couple of them. We're going to end up with maybe 4 or 5 of them, I would say. There's another 2 workers for us. Alright, so before, just want to see if we do garnish greens. Okay, 4 cooks. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna definitely need another veggie farm. It's here. Vegetable garden. Okay, we need another vegetable garden, so let's just check here. Okay, the bailiff found another iron deposit. Let's build ourselves a second veggie garden, and I'm going to build it kind of like in the same way. We just make it look neat and tidy. There we go, build all. Right, so we've got to now just start producing cheese in order for us to get the garnished greens for the monks. And we obviously also need a space here, so let's just see, garnished greens, there we go. We're going to place the garnished greens in the grange. And let's just see here, the cheese maker. There we go. Cheesemaker, we're going to squeeze in over here. There's a nice space for it. So I'm going to place the cheesemaker over here. It does have a negative effect on the residential building, so we can keep it there. And then we can open up a space here for both the milk and the cheese, I would say. Let's see, milk and cheese. There we go. Okay, so the cheese is not too far from where the monastery is. In the very near future, I'm going to have the city market, and that's going to help us. And the city market will be over here, right? So it's going to take the place of these little markets. Let's go ahead and add ourselves 1 or 2 miners. Let's just, yeah, I'm going to just keep the 1 miner. Okay, we had a merry fair, so we can now unlock some extra things over here. We can do a paved road if we really want to. Although I think I'm going to keep the influence until I've opened up this section over here, and then I'd rather do the city fortifications once we've got enough labor influence. I think that's like a top priority now. Just want to see our tax collectors. Okay, they both commoners. Okay, so they're going to be more effective in collecting the tax. Just see what's the tax they're paying. Okay, right. I'm going to just say open up the windmill taxes. We obviously are not going to get anything as of yet. I was thinking I can actually use one of these towers, make it look like a watch post, but then I can just assign the tax collector. And maybe somewhere on this side, because they can go collect the windmill taxes. Now I'm strongly considering only having an iron mining camp over here, because it's really far for the people to go all the way over there. So I don't know if I really want to have a mining camp over there. But then again, it's going to look so much nicer if we just make all of this island residential. It's going to look so much cooler. Now we've got 3 extra villages that moved in, and we're going to definitely assign them here to work at the tavern. We're just requiring a few extra resources. It looks like we need another 6 tools in order to finish this tavern. Let's just prioritize this. Oh, we actually need a lot more than that. Oh wow, 25. Just for the public lounge we need another 5. Okay, you know what? I think we must just get going with this. I need to start producing my own tools. So let's do the iron mining camp over here. I'm going to just go ahead and set it up. We can have an iron mining camp over here. Then we need 1 iron smelter. We can just keep them all together over here, right? And then lastly, we need the blacksmith to produce the actual tools. And let's maybe have 2 camps, because they really take long to get the iron from these small nodes. So I'll rather have maybe 2 of these camps. Okay, then lastly, what we need is we need these charcoal huts. And now the charcoal huts, I think I'm going to maybe place on this side. Yeah, that's probably going to be the only place where I'm going to be able to do it. Let's just take away all of this. I'm going to only use this deposit of stone. Now, I'm assuming we do need a forester. Yeah, we are definitely going to need a forester over here. So I'm going to place my charcoal hut here. I've got to just know, I'll have to be clever in how I'm going to place my wheat farm. Let's see, the forester. Yeah, I'm going to move the forester up here. Here we go. And in fact, I'm going to just move all of this up. We want to really open up this area. We've got another forester here. I think I'm going to... We can remove this. Let's just take all of this away. Okay, we're not going to chop down any trees there, so let's just destroy this. Destroy, okay. And wood cutting, I'm going to just color all of this in. And then I want to open up this territory. Let's do that. Right, so here's our dairy farm. I'm going to wait a little while before I actually make an encampment, before I do the fencing. I'm going to just do the actual pasture. And we can have 3 workers assigned. Here we go. Yeah, they say it's adequately sized. Just having it like that. Okay, cool. So you can see tools are definitely a problem at this stage. I'm considering to maybe impose another levy. Yeah, because our happiness is good. So if I do this, let's maybe just do another levy. Yeah. Okay, because I want to maybe purchase a few extra tools. Just to get a whole bunch of these structures up and running. Let's maybe take it up to 25 tools. Alrighty, we still gotta get that monastic food up and running. We're now just waiting for this cheese maker to be finished building. And then once we've got the cheese, then they can start producing the food that they need here for the monks. And we do want to maybe say vegetables, berries, okay. We're gonna say garnished greens, okay, that's what they need. Reassign anyways, yeah. So they need to distribute that from the kitchen. But I think this is going to look really nice once we've got all of the trees cleared out here and we just use this whole island as a residential area. We can maybe squeeze a castle in somewhere on this side. There's another 2 villages. Okay, great, we're going to utilize some of them as cheese makers. to look at adding a few wheat farms. So we can do, we'll probably be able to do 2 or 3 here. So let's just maybe place one over here like so. Let's maybe bring it a little bit further up, I think. Let's position it over there like so. And then we need the tooling shack. So the tooling shack helps us to get another 2 workers. And then we also need the wheat farm. This is quite important. There we go. So if my measurements are correct, I should be able to get another one in like that over here. And if we've got 2 of the wheat farms, I think that should be sufficient for the size city that we're going to have. And then my windmill can be over here. Definitely. We can have the windmill over here. And then what we can say over here for the granary, we can assign flour as well as bread can go in here. I say now here one of the monks are eligible to become brothers, but before I can upgrade them to a brother, they're going to need that monastic food. Let's just see here. I think one of my copyists maybe... Oh, actually no, you can upgrade them. It says here they've already got the monastic food available, but they don't. Oh, they actually do. Oh, there we go. So I probably had some cheese already available somewhere, because my cheese maker hasn't been set up yet. So they definitely got cheese from somewhere. Garnished greens. Yeah, how did they do that? They did get some garnished greens from somewhere. But then I'm going to do this. I'm going to upgrade this guy. So this will help us to get more manuscripts and a little bit quicker. And then we can just upgrade a whole bunch of them. Okay, dokie. There's our cheesemaker now. So I'm gonna maybe just do 3 workers here by the cheesemaker. And we can assign them all to become commoners. Right, and now they're happy that we've got the tavern. We do have these gathering huts. We've got 2 gathering huts to help us with the berries. And then the berries, we're gonna obviously do like a berry brew. Let's see, taverner. Okay, we'll just first wait for this berry brewery to be done. Oh, and this tower is finished, so I'm going to add... we'll have to add some more watchmen and another patroller. Well, I think that is sufficient for now. What I want to do is I want to maybe move this builder workshop. I'm going to maybe move here. I think that's a good idea. And then we've got this one over here, which I think is fine. And then one on this side. Okay, so I've got them all spread out. So then we've got builders all across the board. Now these berry gatherers, I'm going to eventually have to move them also towards this side. Just see, we do... Yeah, there's quite a few places where we can gather the berries from. Or, alternatively, I can also move them towards this side. There's plenty of berry deposits over here. But I can see our income is building up nicely. I just want to see... oh, wrong menu. I want to go here to the mandates. So I want to maybe just improve some more of these trade routes. So we can improve the trade route with middle. It's going to cost us 50 polished stone. I think I'm going to just go ahead and do that because we do have enough polished stone at the moment. We're not producing bread or tools yet, which we need to upgrade the other trade routes. And I just want to see what we do trade with middle. Okay, so we can sell berry brew to them and fish, which is great. That's a commodity that we definitely are using a lot to sell and to trade with. And then the clothing, eventually we can maybe sell that. I've got so much clothing at the moment. Maybe I should sell that. Resources, here we go. Okay, so I'll sell the clothing when we maybe get over 100. Let's say maybe when it's over 100, I'm going to do that. That's it. Okay, so we can just keep on building our funds. And I'm thinking to just add maybe another structure over here that can be part of the treasury. So this can basically open up a gap for like a little courtyard here at the back. I think that would be nice. Just lower the ceiling if we can. Doesn't look like we can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise the ceiling here for the tax office. That will give us the capacity to have another tax collector, which is actually a good thing. And then I'll systematically just... Maybe I should just raise the roof for all of them. Why not? Let's do this. Just increase the height of the building. That's going to look much nicer. And then the tower. Still got to raise the roof for the tower. Otherwise it's going to look really strange. There we go. Okay, that is looking much better. So I think I'm going to just do it like that. So that's going to give us an increased treasury capacity. And we'll be able to add another tax collector. It doesn't cost that many extra resources. So let's just do that. And just increase the size over there. Okay, so now obviously we did shrink our treasury again. Now while they're building, let's maybe just prioritize this. Okay, so we need brewers. Let's see here. I'm going to add 2 brewers. And we can upgrade them to commoners. And then we can get also 2 taverners. And they also should be commoners. There we go. It says here that we've got a refined food shortage, which is kind of a bit strange, because we've got a lot of meat. And what I'm going to do here, I'm also going to increase the size of the church. So in that way we can increase its capacity. Let's do it like that. There we go. It's starting to look like a real town now. With all the bigger houses. Let's just go ahead and unlock this extended village edict while we've got the money. Okay, so the last one I want to do is to do the upkeep of production building parts. Are decreased by 50%. This is quite a nice one to have. Trade quantity bonus. That's also a nice one. Yeah, but let's maybe do the sturdy material. I think I'm gonna just go for that. I think let's maybe keep 3 brewers here. We've got 2 taverners, and we're going to do the berry brew. Okay, there we go. Okay, and I see housing is starting to become a problem, so we're going to have to cover or color in some more areas for residential. So what I was thinking, we need to just maybe move this builder's workshop. And let's just go ahead and place it right over there. And this whole area, I'm going to maybe make this all residential. I think this can all be residential, yeah. Let's just do it like that. And we can cover this area as a patrolling area. There we go. Right, so we've got the iron mining camps now. Now I need to assign the raw iron. Just see here, iron ore. Oh, we still need a place for the coal. Let's take away that slot for the wool. And then we're going to need to place our iron. And now I'm thinking, where can I place? We've got a spot for the tools. Okay, I think that's fine. Well, we can have our 2 workers over there. And then eventually we're going to have our charcoal huts also up and running. We've got the tools we need to build that. So let's just say prioritize the charcoal burner. We've got 2 slots for the bread at the moment. So I think I'm going to take away that 1 slot and maybe rather place the berry brew in there. We've got now a whole lot of buildings under construction at the moment. So I think the people are a little bit overwhelmed. And I've completed the blacksmith. I'm not going to assign any workers as of yet. We still need this charcoal burner going. I'm going to just get the forester to replant the trees within this area. Actually go all the way down over here. And let's just say wood cutting. Let's also color that area in. Here we go. I'm gonna just say dismiss. What's this? Oh. Accumulate 150 wood. Well, we kind of are halfway there. And we can just let it stockpile again. So say stock maximum. And let's also select stockpiling. I've still got 3 workers available, so I'm going to just assign all of those 3 workers. I'm going to assign here at the charcoal hut. And then we've got all the ingredients that we need to start producing our own tools. We only need another 2 people then to work here by the iron smelter and 2 people here by the blacksmith. There we go. Right, so now we just have to wait for more people to come in. I don't see anybody coming. We're still short on housing, so let's just see. I'm going to color in this area over here. I'm going to just color it in all the way up here. There we go. Let's do it like that. I'm not sure where I'm going to place my bakery. I think it's going to be somewhere over here. So I'm going to build another well. So we've got the one well over here. And we've got one over there. And then, yeah, I think if we've got another one over here, then it's going to be well spread out. And the 3 wells should sustain the whole city. Okay, there's another 2 workers, and they're both going to go to the iron smelter. Oh, and our veggie garden's also done, so we've got 2 people assigned here, which I think is good. And I'm going to just reuse the round brush over here. So I think what's happening at the moment, our warehouse is too far away from our lumberjacks. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to bring my warehouse up. Otherwise, this is not gonna work. We'll have to move this. Just trying to think where would be the best location. Maybe just moving it to this side of the island. I think this is going to be fine. I don't know how to select this depot over here. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to maybe just build another warehouse. Let's maybe do that. Here we go. So then I'll just assign them to bring the wood and the charcoal and all of those things. I'll tell them to bring it towards that side. Okay, now we can add ourselves 2 blacksmiths and then we can start producing our own tools. So now things are going to go a lot better. We don't have to import or buy tools anymore. I'm pretty sure I raised the roof for this bailiff. Yeah. Apply changes. I did say apply changes. Apply changes. Yeah, there we go. Would not delivered. Okay. Well, we couldn't fill up our warehouse, so we've got that extra gold now, so I'm gonna go ahead and add some more rose bushes over here so that we can get that additional splendor. Here we go. Still need another 10 splendor. Nearly there. There we go. Alrighty, so just want to see what is our labor influence is currently at 41. So we've got enough now to add the city fortifications. So I'm going to just go ahead and do that. And then what I'm going to do off screen, I'm going to just basically build the city wall. Or at least I'm going to lay the blueprint. And we're going to lay the city wall all the way around. I'm just not sure how exactly I'm going to do it. But I want it to go all the way around. So, and then I'll maybe move my fisherman's huts. I'll maybe move them towards this side over here. And place them on the island on this side. I think that might be a better call. So then we don't have any interference with the walls going around over here. So as you can see, the walls are very close to being done. So I've got just this last stretch over here. Now I've brought the walls all the way around. Now this is going to give us heavy fortifications. And this will enable us to upgrade the houses to tier 3. And also get the highest density of houses. So this will allow us to get a lot more people to move into the town. And yeah, I think I'm going to leave this little forest over here just for a little while longer. But I moved most of the other things I moved around. So I've got my fisher huts now over here. You see they've got a nice fishing spot right over there. And then I've got my sawmills on that side. And then I've enclosed the wheat farm over here. So I've placed it. And I've enclosed it so now at least the people won't walk through the actual wheat farm. I still need to close the fence over here because I'm seeing they're still coming through over here. So let's just close that last little stretch. The idea is for them not to actually come through here. There we go. So we're going to just enclose that. I'm going to prioritize that so that they can close it. And then eventually we're going to just get this whole pathway. It's going to disappear over time. You can see it's already going away on that side. So now we've got to build up our resources because I've used a lot of my resources now, obviously, to build this wall. And with the wood and everything that moved to this side, that has also now kind of like took a slump. Let's just see what's happening over here. I'm just going to say I can't afford that right now. Then we've got this quest from the clergy kingdom, or whatever you call it. They want us to give them 15 manuscripts. Now we're getting very close to that. If we do fulfill it, we've got 77 days still to fulfill that. But when we fulfill that, we get 10 clergy influence and 30 tools, which will definitely come in handy because there's a whole bunch of other things that I want to build. And when the houses start upgrading to the tier 3, it's going to take a lot of the tools. So our baker is also placed now, and I've decided to place the baker over here because we've got the well also nearby and we need those two kind of close together. So let's just maybe do 3 bakers, and they need to be commoners. So I'm going to upgrade all of them to commoners. So yeah, remember the good thing is now when I've placed these heavy fortifications, once it's completely around the town, I'm not going to need any watchtowers or like formal watchtowers. I can just have these watchtowers that I'm building as a aesthetic type of look. And what I'm going to do is some of these watchtowers I'm going to change into tax collectors' offices. So it might appear as a watchtower, but it's actually like a tax collector's office. And eventually what we can do now going further, I can add myself another pasture over here for the cattle. And then over on this side, I can maybe place another wheat farm. And that will give us enough resources to cater for this whole island. And yeah, we can have a pretty big population. I think we can have about 400 or 500 population. And then we'll have enough resources from that island specifically. And you can see the hunting spot here. It's still doing really good. Look at all those spawning points over there. So this is great. It worked out exactly the way I hoped for. Okay, you can see the people are very happy with the bakery that we've got going now. So housing is still a problem, and refined foods. Okay, so I think the only reason why the refined foods are a problem is because we've only got 2 market stalls that's selling it. We've got 160 population. So there's quite a lot of people that do need the refined food, but we're going to just let our bread accumulate. So then we'll sell the meat and the bread. I'm going to just add another patroller, and I'll probably get rid of these watchmen on a later stage, but I'll sign another one there just for now. But once this wall is finished, it's going to give us that heavy fortifications the whole way around. So yeah, there you can see. So all these purple lines are representing the heavy fortifications that's going to be built in this area. So we're going to cover the whole area with heavy fortifications. I just want to make sure that we've got the patrols going all the way around. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I see all of these houses are now classified as heavily fortified. I haven't even completely built the walls or finished building the walls. But now they say they do have the heavy fortification, and you can see all of these houses are starting to upgrade. So this is going to be, yeah, this is going to be pretty crazy. It's going to require a lot of resources. So you can see there 40 planks, 20 stone. And you know what? Actually, what we can do is, maybe I should just do that. We can add ourselves another stone cutter camp. We're going to need this now. And I'm going to prioritize this, the stone cutter camp, and then we're going to maybe have to build ourselves another sawmill. So let's do that. Let's add another sawmill over here. And then what we can do with these lumber camps, we can just add extensions. So for example, we can have a snoring post over here. Let's do it like that. Here's a little snoring post. That's going to give us one more extra space here. And then a napping post we can also place over here. And then I think this should be sufficient if I've got now an extension for another 2 workers. I'm going to just do it like that. And we can just prioritize that as well. I'm waiting for my labor influence to build up, and then once we get... Oh, we actually... Wait, yeah, there we go. Yeah, we need 35 labor influence in order to build the city market. So I want to build my labor influence up so that we can get to that point where we've got the city market. We can actually go ahead and remove these village watchtowers. Okay, they're kind of like just in the way now. There we go. And I think I'm going to just take away these watchmen. We can assign them in many other roles. So, for example, we can add more stone cutters. We're going to need that. There we go. So let's add 3 stone cutters over there. Cool, and I see the encampment is now completely closed, so we won't get any more people that's going to walk through the lands over here. So once it cleared up, then we can use this whole space just at wheat farms, and I think it's going to look nice. What is missing? We are missing... No, I don't know what's missing over here. We've got everything we need. So ultimately, I'm going to maybe place a city market right over here. And I'm going to take away these village market stalls. And then we can maybe have another city market on this side. I think so. We just need one more manuscript and then we can fulfill this quest. See, we're going to use a lot of tools now. And I'm not going to have to worry to add more houses now for quite some time. So it's going up from 6 people to 10 people that we can have then in a house. Plenty of extra space for the people. And we've currently got 13 villagers that's unemployed, so we need to look for jobs for them. So obviously, let's just prioritize that sawmill. And we also have an extra post here for the woodcutters. There we go. Just waiting for this little napping post also to be done. Then we can add another worker. So it says here now Falkenheim is now a city. I don't know if it's because we've got over 160 population or if it's because we've got a certain amount of commoners. It looks like we still need some watchmen, so yeah. I'm gonna just keep maybe the 1 watchman or the 2 watchmen over here. They say we've got extended guard coverage just with the 2 watchmen, so I'll keep the 2 out then. We're gonna have to look to add some extra decorations. Now our coin is looking pretty good, so we can maybe go ahead and add more of these terracotta beach planters. Yeah. Let's see what other decorations we can add here. I still need to unlock... Yeah, I think let's maybe unlock this one over here. We've got enough coins, so I'll just unlock that, and then we can get some really nice decorations. Elegant fountain. That's quite expensive. Round brazier. Gonna maybe do this one, so we get a lot of beautification for this, and it lights up nicely at the night time. So let's place one over there. See, all these houses have got enough beautification, so I'll just do another one over here, and then let's maybe do place one over there. Okay, there we go. We've got that quest filled now. So that's giving us another 30 tools and some more clergy influence. Just going to unlock those two maybe. We've got some extra parts here now for the monastery, so I just want to see what we can add over here. I do feel like I still want to place a facade over here. Yeah, I think that's going to look very nice. I think I'm going to, we've got enough workers now, so I'm going to maybe just go ahead and add another hunting cabin on this side. Let's just prioritize this one as well. And then I'm going to add a second butchery. We need to up our meat production a little bit. And I'm going to place the butchery over here like so. And I think we can keep these two together. So I'll just maybe move this one also. I can just kind of like be together here in this corner. Oh, we're actually now in a deficit with our coin. Okay, well, let's do this levy again. Discuss levy with villagers. Yes. It's now just because I built a whole bunch of things and I'm still importing the tools. So let's maybe go ahead and stop importing the tools. There we go. Right, and we can in fact export the bread if we want to, but no, I don't think I'm going to do that. Wax the berry brew. Yeah, you know what, we can do the berry brew. We can maybe trade that when we also get the berry brew over 80, I would say. And the planks we must trade maybe when we get over 50, because we're using a lot of that now. Okay, and that's it. We'll just leave it like that. We should be able to build up our money quickly now. I've got my 3 tax collectors here also. So what I'm going to do is once all of these houses upgraded to the tier 3 houses, then I'm going to start importing some glass so that if we do need to upgrade some of the houses to citizen residence, which is the tier 3 house, then we can do that because there's certain positions that we need to fulfill for the citizen. So like for example the tax collector, and I think for the tailor as well. Yeah, we need citizens for these ones. But for now I'm just making all of them commoners. We can maybe go ahead and add an extension over here, which will be part of the treasury. Here we go. Okay, I can see this hunting hut is done. So there's another 2 workers for us. And then we can place 3 carpenters over here. And then that extra position for the woodcutters. Here we go. And another 2 butchers. And just upgrade them as well. Okay, now I just want to see what we need. We've got a lot of commoners that's leaving at the moment. So refined food really is a problem. So I'm going to just have to sort this problem out now. Because it's going to take some time still before I'm going to get the city market, I think. Actually, you know what? We've got 1 more labor influence. I'm going to do that. I'm going to open up the city market. I'm going to take these away. And I'm going to place the city market right over here. And then we can have a couple of refined foods. I mean, we've got the meat that we can have. The bread and the cheese. We can now basically sell all of those. Pretty crazy. We've had so many commoners that left. We had over 160 population and now it's only 155. So yeah, this is pretty crazy. You know what? It's because of all of these houses that's just staying in limbo state. They're not getting constructed. So this is causing a lot of people to leave. Yeah, but I can see the refined food is really a problem now. Okay, you know what? I'm going to unlock the city market, but let's just leave that for a while still. And let's add ourselves another little market stall. Where we're going to just do some extra refined food and we're going to sell the bread over here. Maybe just reduce the taxes as well. I'm gonna just keep it like that for now. Got 1 extra worker. Now that one I'm going to assign at the market stall over there. Right, and let's just see. I'm gonna do bread. Yeah, let's just do the bread. So I think this should sort out our refined food problem out. Let's see, bread, yeah. I think we're gonna sort that problem out now. Okay, so we can sell this wood here. I'm gonna just go ahead and say yes, we can sell the wood. Let's assign another one here. Stock maximum. Okay, and let's just say stockpile. Oopsie, no, this is the wrong one. There we go. Oh my goodness, we've actually lost the hunters that was over here. Okay, so what we can do, we had a lot of people that left now. So I'm going to take some of the transporters away. We can take this watchman away. And there we've got a couple of people coming in now. Yeah, because we've sorted out the refined food problem now. So now the people are starting to come in again. Okay, and then we're going to just add another 2 hunters over here. Okay, cool. We've currently got 86. We've got 86 pieces of wood we've got in storage. We need 150. Now in total we do have 110. They just need to actually deliver it to the storage. We've got some more commoners that left. So I'm going to maybe just keep them as serfs until we've got all of these houses built. Because I think this is the problem we're having. I had this with one of my previous playthroughs also, when the houses just stayed in this limbo state, when they couldn't upgrade. It caused a lot of people to get upset, but it's going to be sorted out very soon. We can maybe add some extra transporters over here. I think if we've got some extra transporters, we can get the wood to the storage quicker. So I'm going to take away one worker here by the granary. And let's maybe... I want to maybe take away this watchman over here. I mean, we really don't need them. There we go. We've got a decent amount of people that came in now again. Nearly got enough. I'm hoping that we're going to get there, because we can get some really decent coin. I can see that they're taking the wood now to the storage. Only got 2 days left. Come on guys, get it there, get it there. How much wood have you got? They don't actually say how much wood they carry at a time. Oh, there we go. Thank goodness. We've got enough. Okay, so we can stop the stockpiling. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove these arrows. Here we go. Okay, you see, we don't need any guard locations. So I was also thinking now, when we've got enough resources again, I'm going to build myself the paver's yard. And the paver's yard I was thinking of placing right over there. It's kind of out of the way. We can maybe add a few extra production buildings over here. And this will just be like part of our industrial area right here at the back. You see how nice this is going to be. We're going to have a market square right over here. We can raise the roof a little bit. It's going to look really nice when I place it like this. And then we'll have plenty of stalls we can connect to the market hall. But this is a really, really good location for that. Now, literally all I'm waiting for is just for all of these houses to complete their construction. We've got enough sawmills now, we've got enough woodcutters, and our stone production, everything is running like clockwork at this stage. So let's just wait for all of them to finish up. So you can see basically all of the houses have been upgraded now to the tier 3. So we've just got this one over here and this one, which is very close to being finished. So we just still have to upgrade those. And then what I want to do is I want to remove those market stalls, and then we're going to place the city market. We're going to place right over there in the place of the market stalls. And I think, yeah, I think it's the appropriate location for that. It's going to look very nice. And then obviously we're going to have some more stalls available, which we can assign other items to. But overall, our happiness has improved quite a bit. We are lacking rustic food, and the housing is still a little bit on the low side. But it's only because these houses are still being developed. So I think that should also sort itself out now. Off screen, I've also built myself the paver's yard. So you can see that I've got a few paved roads I've got laid out over here. So it actually looks more like a city now. So before I take away these market stalls, I want to extend the hospitium, because we are now having like a, what do they call this? What is this actually? Sorry. It's some sort of festival or something. Hosting wandering monks. Okay. Well, I think we just have to host them. I don't know if it's a festival, but yeah, we've got to extend the hospitium because we've got too little space for the people. So let's just extend this to the back. Here we go. Right, so I'm gonna just put it down like that. Now I've also added a little chamber over here so that we can devote more monks to the monastery. And I'm gonna just go ahead and, well, we can devote 2 extra. So I think that's gonna be fine for now. And then I want to add myself another vegetable garden. So we are lacking vegetables. Yeah, we don't have enough vegetables. So let's just build ourselves another vegetable garden. And I think I'm gonna go ahead and place it down right over here at the back. Hold all, there we go. Right, and I'm gonna just prioritize this. And then we can use all of this bottom space, we can use also as vegetable gardens. So you can see we actually do have a lot of resources because all of the wool, the cheese, everything is stocked to the maximum. Now we've got to just be quick in building the city market, because obviously if we take away these market stalls now, the people are going to get very upset. Yeah, so let's just do this quickly. I'm going to just break all of this down. Yeah, it's pretty bad, but it's going to be good in the bigger scheme of things. City market, market hall, market hall. Here we go. Right, so I want to make it relatively big. So you can see we've got a lot of stalls there. We've got 10 that we can assign. And I'm going to place it right over there, just like so. We can raise the roof a little bit. And we can paint the roof black. There we go. What is lacking? Oh, the market stalls. Yes, of course. Okay. So let's add some stalls. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just do it like this. And then we can do the goods. 1, 2. We're only doing clothes. So let's maybe add another food stall over here. There we go. Hold on. Right, now I'm going to prioritize this. It doesn't require that many resources. It does require, however, a lot of wood. I'm thinking now whether or not I should just maybe build another lumber camp over here. Just clear out the trees. But I kind of like having this little forest on the island. It just makes it look more lively, really. So I've got a decent amount of money at the moment. I just want to see here. I'm going to look to do certain few upgrades. I've unlocked the tier 3 labor privileges. I don't know why. Oh, 150. Okay, this is because the market stalls was destroyed. Okay, you know what? We've just got one short for the labor splendor. So I need to just open up that again. So let's just go ahead and add another little shrub over here. There we go. That's it. Okay. So I'm going to unlock the tier 4 labor privileges, and let's just quickly go to this tab over here. Okay, so let's just see here. This happiness effect is decreased. I think let's have this. Residential taxation happiness effect is decreased by 25%. I think that's a good one. Okay. Right, and we'll just leave everything as it is. We had now a few people that was leaving. I think just because I've taken away the market stalls. And there's not enough work. You can see that we've got 11 unemployed people. But we'll just quickly fast forward through this process. I'm looking to add another watchtower, so yeah, let me do that. Let us add another watchtower over here. And I just want to make sure that they're the same height like I normally do. And black roof, okay. Right, and we can look at maybe want to spread them out quite nicely. So we can do this one, we can place right over here. And I'm gonna just twist it like this. There we go. Right, and then we can add a few extra patrollers on this side. You can see we are doing pretty good trade. I've upgraded a few of my trade routes also off screen. So we've got now 1,300 coin and our treasury is at 1,850. Let's just see. I want to see if there's more trade routes that I can improve. No. Okay, so we just have to wait for our bread to build up. I just want to see how much bread do we have. 15. Okay, so that's kind of going down. I need to maybe look at adding another wheat farm. Yeah. So we can probably do it on that space over here. Yeah, there's enough space. Right, so the vegetable garden is done on this side. Let's just... I'm going to just color in this territory over here. Just do it like so. There we go. Right, and we can devote some extra monks once we get a few people extra into the village. I think so. These are all women because we can't devote any more people. So it's all women that's being unemployed at the moment. in real medieval style. We really need to make a plan to get that wood, so for some reason that forest is gone. Can use another lumberjack. So there was 2 or 3 serfs that I saw leaving. I don't know why, really. I mean, we've got a very good approval rating. Now you can see the rustic food is dropping because we've destroyed those market stalls. So it's looking pretty bad at the moment. But yeah, once this market stall or market hall is done, I'm going to assign the berries and the fish. I'm going to assign the meat and then the cheese. I think I'm going to assign the cheese and then obviously the clothing that also has to be placed there. Let's just add ourselves another tailor. And I'm going to just upgrade them to a commoner. I'm kind of like struggling to understand why we still have an issue with the housing. I think it can only be the people that's really staying like far away, like this. Those people over there and the hunters maybe that's having issue with the housing. But it's not too bad. I mean, it's only minus 2%, so okay, so we've got some of the market stalls up. Let's just see here. Berries. Yeah, let's do the berries. Okay, and we've got our market tender assigned. Then we can do the fish. We still need our transporters. Let's maybe just assign 3 transporters over here. And we need to store some items. Now I'm going to store the final products. So like the meat can definitely come in here. Meat, cheese, clothing, bread. What else can we do? I think we can do the fish as well. And then the berries. Yeah. Those are the ones that I want to place here. Those are the most essential ingredients or items that I want to have. I think if it's in the storage over here, it's going to just make everything a little bit more streamlined. And our money is looking good, so I'm going to maybe ask my bailiff to promote a few people to commoners. Those that have to be upgraded. I'm going to just promote all of them. You can see the overall happiness of the town is pretty good. Just got here and there, we've got some people, the odd one out. Like you can see there's 2 that's in the miners. And that's the woodcutters, so you can see that's kind of like the problem. We need some housing for them. Even if it's just like really basic housing. Conclude promotions. So I'll probably have to place a few houses over here. I don't think I've got much of a choice here. And then we can just maybe sell fish to them. So we can have 1 market stall. And some fish. So let's do this. Let's add some residential over here. Alright, and then we can add a well. Let's just place it there. And then we can have one market stall. Here we go. Yeah, I think that people will be a little bit more happy if we have like some sort of housing over here. Then we can, eventually you can maybe create like a little small chapel or something over here. Alrighty, but our city market has now been set up, so let's just add another transporter. We're still waiting for these market stalls to be set up. Let's just see. Oh, they're still building. Okay, cool. They are still building. Okay, I'm gonna just wait for them to finish up, and then we can add some extra workers over here. But look how nice that looks now. Let's add one patroller just for now. We still need some extra monks over here. So we need some farmers that can work over here. And then I just want to basically place a few decorative items. Maybe some trees at random. Let's just see what we can plant over here. I just feel like we need to maybe add a little bit of life here. It looks so barren. Okay, let's see what other trees we can plant. Let's maybe do the oak planter. Okay, that is actually looking a little bit better. Yeah. Okay. No, I like that. We're gonna have the cloister over here eventually. I will close this off. And we'll use this little space as the cloister. So the thing that we're lacking is the wood, of course. Okay, the wandering monks are pleased, so they gave us some extra money. That's good. Just see here. Monastic food is running low. Refined food and goods. Okay, I know why that is. Just to know with the monastic food why this is really a shortage. Yeah, we've got enough garnished greens, so I don't understand. We've got so much cheese and so many veggies. I can see this house is upgrading now to the tier 2, to the common house. Let's just maybe prioritize this. Let's maybe unlock this one. Some extra mana parts. We can increase the mana in size a little bit. Want to increase my treasury size here. I've built a little fountain over here. think it's just appropriate to have it in the little courtyard here with the manor. Let's see what's happening here. Celebrating the laborers. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so I'm going to add another extension over here. And let's maybe place it... I don't know what would be the best way to place it, actually. Oh, this is nice. We can use this as part of the treasury. Yeah, that looks really cool. Okay, I like that. So that's going to give us another 400, or just under 400 capacity for our treasury. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Let's place that over there. No access to housing. Yeah, you see, this is the problem. So it is the people on this side that need the housing. Suppose what we can do, we can tell these foresters to just color in a bigger area. Let's do it like so. And there's another one over here. That's it. So we're going to start doing our refined food. So let's do the meat. And I'm going to also place the cheese in here. There we go. Now this should sort out the happiness here. And now I'm just waiting for them to complete that one good stall. Still missing some wood. I think what I'm going to do is, because I've got a decent amount of coin, right? So I want to start importing some glass. So we just need to open up a space for the glass. So let's maybe open up this warehouse. And let's just see to import some glass. It's going to be super expensive. But I think let's just do 20. And then I'm going to upgrade a few people to citizens. So let's maybe... I'll do 1 or 2 people here from the tax collectors. Just upgrade them to citizens. And then we can start upgrading some of these houses to the tier 3. Oh, that's actually very nice. We can get 50 tools, although we've got enough now. So let's just say that let's discuss later. So our immigration should be high. It says here our immigration rate is high, although there's nobody that's coming in. Here's a few people. Let's see, how many is this? 4 people. Okay, great. And we're looking for some men. So there's, looks like 3 guys and 1 woman. That's great. So I'm going to just maybe 2 of them I'm going to devote to the monastery. We need to produce that extra veggies. Yeah, it is the veggies that they are lacking. So let's do 1, 2. There's another 2 over there. We still don't have any workers over here, so I'm going to have to devote more. Here we go. And now we've got a few manuscripts, so I'm going to just go ahead and upgrade some more of these novices to brothers. And I always go first for the copyists, because they help produce the manuscripts much faster when you upgrade them to brothers. And then from there I'll probably go to the herb garden. That will usually be my next step. No, I'm not going to do that. See, they want some really valuable resources, and I'm making too good money to give away those resources. See, we've got already one house set up over here. We can maybe eventually add like a little watchtower, just to upgrade these houses. We've already received some glass, so I think we can go ahead and just upgrade. Let's maybe say upgrade 2 of these. There we go. First citizens promoted. Okay, so let's see what happens. I think that's the only thing that we really need. Yeah, it's just the citizen that we still require for the upgrade. Yeah, we've got one more slot left here for a monk. Just want to see if we could really use another monk to work here. I'll probably, if I do need to add more monks to the monastery, I'll probably just let another piece of this like clip over it, like I did here with the chapel. So you can see I've got 2 of these structures that's going on top of each other, and that's giving me a capacity of 64 people that can attend the monastery. And then we've got our church here at the bottom, which is 72. I do think, because we're now at 102 population, we're probably going to have to extend the church, either the church or the monastery. Alrighty, let's see, clothing, there we go. And we need another market tender, that's it. Okay, so now we've got the clothing that we're also producing for the people. Yeah, so that's going to just give us that -3 that we're getting from the goods. That should disappear now. And you can see there's a need now for a cloister, because we've got a couple of people that's been upgraded to a brother. So let's maybe do that. Let's build our cloister. Oh, we need to unlock it over here. I forgot. Okay, we need 75 splendor. So what we can do, cypress trees. Yeah, this is going to come in handy. We can add a few of these. Maybe getting another 4 splendor. So we still need another 30 something. Ah, there we go. I was looking for my rose bushes, so that I can just quickly build that up. Still 2 more. Okay. There we go. Clergy level 3. So we can go and unlock the cloister. And then we're going to just have to wait for our influence to build up again. So let's just see here. For the cloister, You need certain structures, right? Use those building parts. They say I've unlocked those building parts, but I can't see it. See, add sub-building, cloister. Oh, there we go. Rustic cloister entrance. Yeah, so this is going to take quite some time to place. Maybe we can make it a little bit smaller. Something like this. Just want to make sure that I do place it in the right way. Is this right? Oh, maybe like this? No. Kind of looking for the right piece. I just don't seem to find a piece that's suitable for here. I suppose I can do this. Yeah, this might actually work. Yeah, let's do this. So we've got to completely isolate this one spot. So I've got to close it off. I think we need about another 2 pieces. One more. And this should give us a proper cloister. Come on. There we go. Nice. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to maybe make another entrance from this side. Let's just see. Rustic gate. No, it's not going to work. That will work. I'm going to just place it over here like so. Okay, it requires a lot of stone and polished stone, but we've got enough of that. So I'm going to just say build all, and then we can prioritize this. Yeah, that should look nice. Okay, and we need another worker over here, so let's just see. Market tender. Assign resource. So I've got already fish and berries. I suppose we can do some more fish. Yeah, let's do that. And over here, we can do some extra clothing, I think. Let's do that. So we've got 2 market stalls for the clothing. And then we can add maybe another transporter. Okay, good stuff. And our treasury is now up to 2,240. And over here, yeah, we're going to also do the fish. And I think it's going to be about time that I add another fishing hut. So let's do that. Let's add ourselves another fishing hut. Let's see if I can actually place it on this side, if there's enough space. That's going to be a little bit of a squeeze. Okay, well, let's do it like this then. There we go. here we go. We've got one of the buildings that's upgrading to a citizen home. We've got all the tools and everything that we need to upgrade the house, so I'm going to just prioritize it so that they can complete the structure. But I think this is the best way to go forward, is to just do one at a time, maybe upgrade 1 or 2 citizens, and then just let them upgrade the houses, and then we jump to the next person again. But I do think it's the best call to maybe have our tax collectors upgraded to citizens first. Let's see, so with our labor influence, we've got currently 23. Okay, we need to build that up still a little bit. We've got a whole bunch of people coming in here, and let's see. Housing is looking better. Monastic food still on the low side. We've got space for one more. There we go. Now we've got 2 farmers. I think this is going to help us. I think... Let's just take that away. I do think this should solve our vegetable problem. And the baker, looks like we're missing flour. I just want to see, we do need wheat as well. So I'm going to have to look at maybe adding that wheat farm pretty soon. You know, maybe I should upgrade one of these cooks to a brother, because I think that's also part of the problem. They're not cooking fast enough. Let's upgrade this guy to a brother. Yeah, I think this cloister is going to look pretty cool. Is now a burg. Okay. And now with these villagers coming in, we're going to reach that 200 population. We've still got so much space left in our houses for people. You can see there. There's so much space left. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to maybe just color this territory in also as residential. Right over here, we can color all of this in as residential. And then they can eventually start adding some extra houses if they do need. And we'll just also make it a patrolling area. Here we go. And I think it's safe to say that we can take this away now. That's it. And just want to select my forester and just remove all of this. There we go. Okay, that's looking better. Okay, population needs 200. Great stuff. And we've got our first citizen houses as well. Very cool. So I'm going to go ahead and upgrade my next tax collector. So we've got 1 citizen, 2. Okay, just do this one. Here we go. We'll upgrade that one to a citizen and maybe one of our tailors. There we go. Because we get some good tax benefits from the citizens, so it's good to upgrade them if you can. They also have much higher needs. So you can see here they require 3 refined foods. So currently we've got the meat and the cheese. We've got a meat and cheese stall, so we need to add another market stall. so that we can do the bread as well. So let's do that. Let's add another market stall. I'm going to place it on this side, and that will be a stall for our bread. And you can see my happiness is now at 120%. We've only got -3. One for housing, one for the cloister, and one for the rustic food. Okay, otherwise everything seems to be pretty good. We've got enough garnish greens. Okay, right. Only got this one piece left here to finish the cloister. Just prioritizing this market stall. We can add maybe another 2 patrollers. There we go. Okay, it says employment is low, so we need probably more things. Oh, you know what we can? We can actually build this market hall, and then I want to specifically build this market hall that's labeled as a storehouse, and that we can place over here. I think it's going to look nice if we've got this structure over here. And we can raise it a little bit, maybe just like that. Yeah, that's going to look nice. Actually, no, let's do this. Let's add 1, 2, 3. Let's just do it like that. There we go. And bolt. Yeah, but the city is coming together very nicely. I think ultimately what you can do on a later stage is you can probably have a castle on this side. I think that might not be a bad idea. We've got a lot of space here. Plenty of space still for housing. And I think you can very easily fit 500 people on this island. Yeah, very easily. No access to the cloister. I don't know why. It says here no access to the cloister. What is missing here? I'm trying to figure out what is missing here. No, I think, if I remember correctly, let me just see. If I remember correctly, we shouldn't have an entrance over here. Um, hmm. Okay, so we do actually need a garden entrance. Let's do it this way. Okay, I'm pretty sure this should do the trick. Anyways, I'm gonna just leave it like that for now. Here we've got another 3 people that came in. And we can just prioritize this market hall to get finished. So we should be able to distribute all the resources more evenly with this city market hall over here. They call it the storage hall, is it right? You just see, yeah, or the storehouse, okay. So with the storehouse being here, I think this is going to evenly distribute all the resources. So let's just go and place maybe 4 transporters, 1 market tender, and let's maybe do the meat. Actually, no, I'm not going to, I want to assign the meat over here by the actual market. We can do the clothing as well, I suppose. Let's just see, we can probably upgrade a few citizens. So let's just go here, promote villagers. Let's look at who can be upgraded to commoners. There's another 1, 2, 3. And then we've got a couple of people. Oh yes, of course, the bailiff. Need to upgrade. And the brewers. We can maybe upgrade 2 of the brewers. And let's just see the tailors. Okay, I'm going to just leave them, conclude promotions. Okay, then we'll just keep it like that for now. But I think I've pretty much accomplished what I did want to accomplish. You can see the town is functioning very nicely. We've got an overall rating of 98% happiness. Only -4 that we've got with housing, monastic food, a cloister and refined food. That's not really such a big deal. It doesn't have a big impact. and we're getting good taxes. We can just up it there for the citizens as well. But yeah, I'll probably expand the town a little bit further more to this side, and right here at the tip I'll probably build myself a fort or a castle in the corner. But we've got the potential to probably bring this town to a capacity of, I would say, 500 villages. We should be able to squeeze in here. But as I've said, the map seed will be in the description below if you want to give this map a go. See if you can get it right to make your village run effectively by just using the islands. You can see that I've accomplished what I did in not building anything on the mainland. So you just have to connect initially. You've got to connect the town with a bridge in order for new immigrants to come in, and you're going to need the sawmill for the planks in order to build the bridge. Do remember to subscribe and also like this channel if you haven't done so yet, and then I'm going to see you in the next one.
In a game of adventure and strategy, we make our mark. Axial gamer, building kingdoms from the dark. Together we rise, we conquer.